Thank you for your patience, everyone. Our meeting ran a little long. So I would like to now call the September 5th, 2023 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the City Council's YouTube channel or also at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. May we have a roll call, please, Crystal?
Mayor Peck,
Present.
Councilmember Hidalgo Faring,
Here.
Councilmember Martin,
Here.
Councilmember McCoy,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Waters,
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a reminder to the public, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes on the public invited to be heard, and one person may not give or assign their time to others. The first call on public invited to be heard, only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak, and they must sign up on the list prior to the start of the meeting. Persons wishing to speak on specific second readings or public hearing items are asked to add their name to the speaker list for the specific item prior to the start of the meeting. Anyone may speak, and no sign-up is required to speak during final call public invited to be heard. We don't have any minutes to approve, so I would like to go on to number 5, which is our agenda revisions and submissions of documents. Do we have any motions from councilors to submit items for our future agenda? Seeing no one in the queue, I do. So I would like to move to direct staff to bring back the conservation overlay rezoning. Whoops, I lost it. Rezoning for the historic east side on the regular session agenda, October 10th.
Seconded.
Do we have any discussion on that? Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Thank you. Mayor Peck, as the liaison for Historic Preservation Commission, they have been discussing this quite extensively, and I don't think they're ready for prime time yet. So, I mean, we can discuss it, but I would rather wait until the commission has made their recommendation.
Is there a time that set for them to make that recommendation that you know of? Is it on an agenda?
I'm saying no.
No? Because we can move this motion out to be reviewed on the date after that. So can I have an amendment to this motion then for that? Do you want to amend that motion? All right, I am going to recall that motion and restate it. I move to direct staff to bring back the conservation overlay rezoning for the historic east side on the regular session after the historic, what is it? Preservation Commission has ruled upon that.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, we do have a submission of documents. It's item, I'm sorry, this is,
The city manager's remarks.
no, it's item 120.
Mayor Peck,
What is this?
there was an error in the resolution that was submitted in the packet, so this is the corrected resolution with the corrected date,
Okay,
and it is for general business item.
okay, thank you. So we are at city manager's report.
Report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, thank you. On our special reports, we have a proclamation. It's a proclamation designating September 9th through the 16th, 2023 as Longmont's Arts Week in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the citizens of Longmont recognize that the arts and cultural significantly contribute to enhancing our quality of life. And whereas Longmont's Arts Week aims to foster community appreciation among individuals, schools, nonprofits, businesses, and the city through a week-long schedule of arts throughout Longmont. And whereas the arts and culture enhance every aspect of life in Longmont, improving our economy, enriching our civic life, driving tourism, and exerting a positive influence on the education of our children. And whereas Longmont's creative community provides artistic enrichment to residents of Longmont and the surrounding region. And whereas the art community embraces creativity in dance, theater, music, literature, design, media, culinary, and visual arts to enhance culture. Now therefore, I, Joan Peck, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim September 9th through the 16th, 2023, as Longmont's Arts Week in Longmont. So is Joanne Keeves here? You are Longmont Creates Board President? Welcome.
Yes, I'm Joanne Curvis, Board President for Longmont Creates. We want to thank you for making this proclamation. Our city is full of many arts and culture things happening on a year-round basis, and we saw the opportunity when Rhythm at Roosevelt got relocated to Roosevelt with Art Walk starting on the 9th and that ending on the 16th, and we started to look at what all was happening. We realized this was a really good opportunity to really bring attention to all the arts, culture, culinary, craft, creatives that are working in our community. Currently on our website, longmontartsweek.org, we have a full event calendar. Right now we have 91 different activities, events going on in that week. I'm sure there's still events out there that we don't know about, and people can still go to the website and submit them. But we really want the community to embrace all of the amazing creative and arts and culture here and support the arts and culture here because it's a vital part of the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And besides Joanne Curves, this proclamation was brought to us by Kimberly McKee, LDDA Director, Elaine Waterman, Firehouse Arts Center Director, Samantha Calhoun, Longmont Recreation Program Coordinator, and Joy Giddings, EBCA Board President. Can you all come up to receive this proclamation? And do you want a picture with us? Oh, good.
I know, everybody does. That's a thing. Just smush in just a little more. Ah, perfect, lovely. All right, let me make sure I see every face. Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Becky got some too. I don't know why I'm smiling, but. Because it's arts week. It's wonderful. All right, we'll do one more. All right, thank you. Thank you. She handed me the other phone. I was like, oh, Becky, come help.
This chair is too tall. We are now at first call public invited to be heard, and the first person on the list is Charles Schilling, Remember, you have 3 minutes, and please tell us your name and address.
Hello, my name is Charlie Schilling, and I live at 224 Francis Street. Mayor Peck, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking about the reconsideration of annexing 150 Francis Street. Our neighborhood wants Longmont to grow and be a vital town. We also want our existing older neighborhoods to continue to be vital and grow in ways that are good, safe, and are compatible with the existing neighborhood. I'm asking for the council to postpone the annexation decision at 150 Francis Street until they've investigated the possibility of adding a pedestrian path that would run behind this property. The path would connect Spruce Street to First Street and the Greenway down there. It would run north-south on the existing utility easement or alley that the city owns. This path would provide much-needed trail access to First Street and the path to Isaac Walton Park and the Greenway, especially when you consider the additional development coming that way. I've spoken to Don Burchett, the planner, and Steve Rensweiler, Parks and Rec, about this, and it appears to be feasible from a concept standpoint, but would need more investigation, which is what I'm asking for. I also contacted David Bell about this today, but have not heard back from him with such short notice. This trail would add significantly to our multimodal transportation system in the area and would be more fully should be more fully understood before any annexation decisions happen, to make sure to include any language or conditions before the annexations if they're needed, and if the annexation occurs at all. It seems as though the city looks at developments and annexations in isolation. But this is not really a responsible way to grow the city. We should not grow and expand in a way that paints us into a corner, misses opportunities for the community, or creates problems down the road. This could be a huge win for everyone if we just take time to look at this opportunity before any decisions are made on the annexation. There's no hurry for this annexation decision, and I still think the annexation should not happen for this property because the investor is only asking for a sewer tap, and the council can grant the investor a sewer tap when and if the septic system begins to fail. Please wait until you understand this golden opportunity to expand our multimodal transit trail system before you vote on the 150 Francis annexation next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Pauline Christensen.
Paula Christensen, 410 Judson Street, Longmont, Colorado. Mayor and members of council. I'm here to speak about the annexation of 150 Francis Street, which is 1.09 acres. I'd like to separate the issues of annexation and rezoning for a minute. I've been told that annexation of one property on a block is not allowed by state law, and we should follow state law. Number two, there's no need to annex this property if the only issue is connecting to the city sewer, as has been pointed out. That could be offered to everyone along the street at cost, as has been done hundreds of times in Longmont. So the issue is not really a sewer connection. It is the rezoning from rural county land to municipal residential mixed use, which allows up to 18 units per acre to be built. Envision Longmont says that we are respecting and protecting and preserving agricultural land. How is that so when we're turning rural county land to residential mixed use with high-density housing? This is an extremely valuable change for the owner, who is a New York State investor who owns 150 Francis. Along with this would go Donald Trump, Jared Kushner opportunity zone designation that this annexation would also confer, I believe. The people who actually live here do not want this. They don't. Mr. Moreno, who lives at Francis and Spruce, would be stranded between a high-density development to the east and likely eventually a high-density development of the future to the south, as the two lots of St. Francis. Dave Palmer, who has lived here his whole life, does not want this. Why are we preferencing a Boulder developer convicted of real estate fraud and a New York investor over the voices of the neighborhood of Bone Farm. Listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Steve Altshuler.
Good evening. Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. I am actually running for city
Steve,
council. Yes?
Steve, we don't use the podium for political campaigning.
Okay. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. For years, Boulder County and Longmont have spent millions of dollars on the homeless, feeding them, housing them, clothing them, and even providing them with free drugs and needles. All this has done is enable the homeless to maintain their lifestyle. It has helped nobody rejoin society, and indeed there are more homeless now than ever before. I've spoken about how Coronado, California has 0 homeless. Nobody on council seems to care or be willing to try something different. You are throwing away citizens' tax dollars and helping nobody. The article I'm about to read will give you an idea of what to expect in Longmont very soon. Bruce Nell, the mayor of Casper, Wyoming, is claiming that homeless squatters destroyed a motel in the city and left hundreds of pounds of feces on city streets. This is the sort of story one expects to hear in places like San Francisco, not a red state like Wyoming. The homeless population in Casper is very small, but they sure did a lot of damage. In a Fox News report, homeless squatters in Casper, Wyoming destroyed a local motel, which would require millions of dollars to repair, and left hundreds of pounds of human feces in the downtown area, according to the city's mayor. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's third world country stuff happening in Casper, Wyoming. Casper is Wyoming's second most populous city, with just shy of 60,000 residents, while the city's homeless population is about 200. The mayor said homeless individuals moved into a vacant Econo Lodge motel and left it with millions of dollars of repairs. Others have moved into abandoned homes with no running water or electricity. Meanwhile, city staff has been forced to scoop up about 500 pounds of human feces in Casper's downtown, where many homeless people loiter, the news outlet reported. My point is, while Longmont is not that bad yet that I can tell, we don't want it to become that bad. We need to do things to help the homeless, help them get out of being homeless, get them classes at Front Range, get them in education, do something other than just feeding them and giving them drugs so they can maintain their lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Strider Benston.
Strider Benston, 951 West 17th Avenue. Steve and I agree on something, finally. To deal with homeless, let's provide homes. You know, that would be great. Couple of things. Let me quote Richard Jude, which he wrote in the paper a few months ago. I think I've done it before. The Second Amendment could have said, the right to own a flintlock or a muzzleloader shall not be abrogated, and we wouldn't be having these problems for 200 years of mass killings because people want to, they have the right to kill anybody they want, anytime they want. Some states, they don't even need a license to kill. You can just get an automatic weapon anywhere. Anyway, couple of things. My home state of Arkansas and my birth state of Tennessee are basically into abrogating education, history, such as that. When members of the Tennessee legislature came to speak about let's have some diminution of gun violence. They were thrown out of the legislature and they got reelected, and then the same game is going on. And in Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is now the governor, not only is calling for the abrogation of advanced studies or history, especially at Little Rock Central High School, which some of you know was one of the beginnings of the civil rights movement in 1957. Of course, they abolished all high schools in Little Rock the next year to prevent integration. One thing that she is also putting forward is to abolish child labor laws. And that is taking place all over here and there. In 1904 in North Carolina, children working in the cotton mills were required to work like 85 hours a week for 50 cents. That is what we're facing if this continues to take place. The coup to overthrow the United States is still going on. Let's do something to rebuild and strengthen democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Strider. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard. There is? I'm sorry. Hal Morrison. That's why we have a team to work together up here.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, council, staff, and neighbors. I am nobody. I am Hal Morrison. I reside at 236 Sunset Street for more than the past 40 years. I'm here tonight to ask that the annexation reconsideration for 150 Francis be denied. If I'm correct, the applicant wants to connect to a non-existent city sewer line. This reasoning does not pass the smell test. Additionally, several significant planning issues must be addressed before annexation takes place, before, not after. For example, there's no place to turn around at the south end of this dirt alleyway. So how would the city's large trash trucks, recycling trucks, compost trucks service this property? Another example involves the other half-dozen properties within this county enclave. When are they slated to be annexed? A much more efficient process would be to wait until the entire enclave can be annexed all at the same time. Instead of hastily annexing this property, you must ensure any benefit isn't one-sided. A dead-end dirt alleyway is of no benefit. Take time to understand all of the costs and ramifications this annexation request entails before charging blindly ahead. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Hal. Now I'm going to close first call public invited to be heard. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Crystal, would you read the ordinances into the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor. Item 9A is Resolution 2023-69, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue, approving funding, a new library branch, and the operation and maintenance of all libraries in Longmont on the November 7th, 2023 coordinated election ballot. Item 9B is Resolution 2023-70, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving funding an arts and entertainment center in Longmont on the November 7th, 2023 coordinated election ballot. Item 9C is Resolution 2023-71, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving funding recreation facilities, including the construction of a recreation center at Dry Creek Community Park, and in partnership with the YMCA, a recreation facility, affordable housing, and land swap in Longmont on the November 7th, 2023 coordinated election ballot.
Thank you, Crystal. Do any council members want to pull items off of this consent agenda? Seeing none, I would like a motion to move the consent agenda. Okay, the consent agenda has been moved by Councilor Martin and seconded by Councilor McCoy. Let's vote.
Mayor, can we take a verbal vote on that one?
Sure, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That passes unanimously. There are no items on second reading and public hearing items, so we're going to move on to general business. A is appeal of certificate of appropriateness denial by Historic Preservation Commission regarding a proposed window replacement at 545 Collier Street. That was the appeal, but R 2023-72 is a resolution of the Longmont City Council upholding the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission denying the 545 Collier Street Certificate of Appropriateness. And we do have, is this a presentation? Great.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm Jennifer Hewitt-Apperson, Principal Planner with City of Longmont Planning and Development Services. I'm also the staff liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission. So this item is an appeal of a decision by the Historic Preservation Commission in accordance with the provisions of Section 2.56-220 of the Longmont Municipal Code. In particular, this appeal concerns denial of a request by a property owner to replace all of the historic windows in a locally designated historic landmark. Certificates of appropriateness are required for any exterior alteration to a designated landmark, and the Historic Preservation Commission is the decision-making body for these requests. So 545 Collier Street is the property in question. It is a locally designated historic landmark, and as such, any exterior alterations beyond general maintenance and repair do require approval by the Historic Preservation Commission through the Certificate of Appropriateness or COA process. A cultural resource survey was completed in 2002 that provides a full description of this property, its history, and its architectural elements. This survey is included as part of Attachment 5 in your packet. In particular, the subject property contains a two-story home in the American Foursquare style that was originally built as a single-story home in 1886. A second-story addition was built in approximately 1901. The survey notes that there have been minimal exterior alterations to the building since 1901. This property was designated as a local landmark in 1985 and was purchased by the appellant, Ms. Wolf, in 2021. The appellant proposes to replace the historic windows at this landmark with double-paned wood windows. So on July 6th, the Historic Preservation Commission held a public hearing regarding this request. The commission did deny this request by a 4-2 vote, making a finding that the review criteria had not been satisfied because the historic windows at the building were not beyond repair. The property owner has filed an appeal of this decision. So as a little background, as noted in your packet, the City of Longmont is designated as a certified local government, or CLG, by the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO. We like acronyms. This designation is an important preservation tool that enables the city to receive technical support and also opens up some grant funding opportunities for both the city as well as historic property owners if they are eligible. So CLGs must review requests for alterations such as this one to ensure consistency with the Secretary of Interior standards and guidelines for historic preservation and rehabilitation. These standards are clear that deteriorated historic features should be repaired rather than replaced unless they have deteriorated to the point where repair is not possible. One other thing to note is that CLGs are required to have a mix of qualified professionals and lay members, with at least 40% of members being professionals in fields such as history, architecture, landscape architecture, architectural history, archaeology, or related disciplines such as building trades, real estate, or law. Our commission meets this requirement with members that include an architect specializing in historic preservation and restoration, an archaeologist, as well as a historic preservation specialist with a background in construction management. So the appellant was required to submit pictures of the windows proposed for restoration in order for staff to gauge their condition. The condition of historic features of a landmark property does guide the commission in their decision-making regarding replacement of such features. So the next few slides do show the existing historic windows in photographs as submitted by the applicant. As noted previously, staff and the commission are of the opinion that the windows are not beyond repair and actually appear to be in quite good condition for their age. The commission denied the requested COA, finding that the review criteria I will discuss shortly had not been satisfied and that the windows should be repaired rather than replaced. Commissioners did recommend alternatives to replacement that would accomplish the efficiency goals while preserving historic windows. So the question before you this evening is whether the commission was plainly in error in its decision to deny this requested certificate of appropriateness. The appellant has the burden of demonstrating that the commission was plainly in error following the procedures and standards established in section 1502.040K of the Land Development Code. The council should give deference to the commission's record and decision and apply the applicable review criteria for the subject application. Staff asserts that this decision is supported by competent evidence, particularly the pictures submitted by the appellant that depict historic windows that are not beyond repair. Additionally, the decision is consistent with the established review criteria, as I will discuss in a moment. Finally, the commission is clearly empowered by sections 2.56040 and 2.56110 of the code to review and make decisions on COAs in accordance with the criteria established in section 2.56130. Specifically, no exterior construction, alteration, demolition, or moving of a designated landmark shall be performed without first obtaining a COA. All requests require a public hearing before the commission unless the liaison determines that there would be no significant impact to the designated property. So on the screen above you are the review criteria that the commission uses in evaluating certificates of appropriateness. All of the review criteria must be satisfied in order to grant a certificate of appropriateness. In the present case, the commission determined that criteria 2 and 3 had not been met. So with regard to the first criteria, design guidelines are typically approved as part of a locally designated historic district rather than a specific landmark. Given that there are not specific design guidelines approved by council for locally designated historic landmarks, this criteria is not strictly applicable. That said, the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Preservation are the guiding document for commission decisions. Sorry about that. So in terms of the second criteria about whether the proposed work preserves, enhances, or restores and does not damage or destroy the exterior features, this is one of the review criteria that the commission found had not been met. Replacement of original wood windows with modern replacements is discouraged for historic properties given the importance of windows for the integrity of architectural features. Photos of the existing windows, as I provided earlier, show windows that are not beyond repair. Energy efficiency, especially as it relates to temperature regulation in the winter, is the primary driver of this request. The commission recommended that the applicant keep the original windows in place, repair them, and have storm windows made to increase efficiency. Based on pictures submitted by the applicant and her description of some of the issues with her windows, there are probably windows that need to be reglazed, which would reduce drafts and is a relatively simple process. Again, storm windows also are, would further reduce drafts and would substantially improve efficiency. We do acknowledge that professional contractors have significant lead times for this type of work, but the lead times are not atypical for historic properties, specifically for contractors who specialize in this work. Members of the commission also advise the applicant that storm windows are usually more cost-effective than new replacement windows and have similar energy efficiency benefits to double-paned windows, to modern windows. Further, historic preservation professionals on the commission expressed concern that the windows may not be the only cause of the temperature regulation problems in the house, and it could very well be that the windows get replaced. They still have issues in their house with temperature regulation, and now we have a significant feature that's permanently lost. This criterion has not been met. So with regard to the third criteria on your screen, the proposed replacement windows would match the 1/1 style of the existing wood windows in our solid wood, which is consistent with the original material. Nonetheless, original windows are an important feature of historic homes and should be preserved whenever possible. The Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation and rehabilitation are clear that deteriorated historic features of a property, such as windows, should be repaired rather than be replaced unless the feature is so severely deteriorated that repair is just not possible. In the present case, the windows at 545 Collier Street are not in a condition that really warrants replacement based on the standards established by the Secretary of Interior. While the replacement windows are of a similar style to the existing windows, it was noted by Commission Chair Lane that there are subtle differences with new windows that do detract from historic character of a landmark. This review criteria has not been met. So finally, the proposed windows are of a similar style, but again, as noted, the existing windows aren't sufficiently deteriorated to warrant replacement over repair. And it's worth reiterating that all of 4 of these review criteria must be met in order to grant a certificate of appropriateness. So after much deliberation, the commission voted 4-2 to deny the requested certificate of appropriateness of all of the windows at 545 Collier Street. Specifically, the commission found that review criteria 2 and 3 were not satisfied. The commission found that the existing windows are not sufficiently deteriorated to warrant replacement and did advise the applicant that there are alternative measures that would address efficiency concerns and likely would be more affordable than complete window replacement. This decision is based on the review criteria established in Section 2.56130 of the Longmont Municipal Code and guided by the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Preservation, which is the document that establishes the standards of review for CLGs such as the City of Longmont. With that, I'll return the floor over to the applicant, Ms. Lizzie Wolf. Are you going to speak or no? What's that? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hi, thank you for hearing the details of my appeal this evening. I appreciate your time and your energy. I am not a talented public speaker, so I'm going to read, like I said in the hearing. Thank you for that report. I'm not going to dispute individual facts from the report. Okay, so thank you for making time to hear my appeal. My name is Lizzie Wolf. I've lived in Longmont for 13 years. I'm a single mom of 2 kids who are 5 and 3. As determined by the procedures for an appeal of this type, I'm assuming that everyone, in addition to hearing that, has read the minutes and watched the video from the hearing and is up to speed on all of the hairy details. So I'll cut straight to the chase because I don't want to be up here for any longer than I have to be. The reasons for my appeal are, 1, this decision disregards the reasonable well-being of myself and my children. It involves the health and safety of small children. This alone should be sufficient. 2, this commission is not qualified to speak in a technical manner on windows, but window specialists are. I presented in my findings after months of research from such window experts and vendors. Dataless conjectures were made about other causes of heat loss in my own home, But after a professional energy assessment, I discovered that replacing the windows with double panes would have the biggest impact on the temperature in my house, which reaches low of 43 degrees in winter with $400 plus energy bills. The Commission's past rulings on the installation of double-pane windows is arbitrary and capricious. COAs have been granted to install double-pane windows in historic homes. For example, my neighbor at 601 Collier, which was hotly contested at the meeting after that, where a commissioner blatantly stated that my neighbor was lying about his own windows, and it was later discovered that he was not lying about his own home. 4, this decision puts undue financial strain on a single-income homeowner in the community. I'm sure that no city in Boulder County would be a proponent of making the county's existing housing more unattainable for people with average incomes. However, the commission did just that with their decision. 5, rather than taking time to collect a comprehensive list of reliable contractors to assist historic homeowners in executing repair work the way they expect us to, they rely on homeowners to do this. Despite their position on the commission and assumed experience on the topic of historic homes, they were unable and/or unwilling to suggest vendors that could do the work to their specifications. I spent countless hours researching, applying, waiting, and speaking to professionals in the window industry, and I did the best I could. It is my understanding that the commission's job is to exercise discretion, not to say no to everyone. It is my opinion that the commission has failed to exercise that discretion in this case. As I have made my way through this process, I have now lost the opportunity to get new windows before winter. I will have the additional financial burden of installing a temporary solution until I can have the windows installed. The temporary solution will not perform as well as double-pane windows according to widely accepted government data. In the state of Colorado, landlords are required to provide spaces that are capable of being heated to 70 degrees when the temperature gets to 5 degrees or lower. Pardon me. Though this law protects tenants, I think it can also logically be applied to anyone, especially children. As it is today, my house would not meet this standard by a long shot. 43 degrees in the winter. Lastly, I would like to state that I will be submitting an application to remove the historical designation from my home. An unpermitted 300-square-foot addition was built off the back of the house in the 1960s, conveniently not in the picture posted in the presentation. The designation was owner-initiated, not city-initiated, and the reason I'm stating this here is not because I think we can address this right now. I realize that's a separate issue. It's because I'm honestly fearful of the conclusions that the commission will come to when I go back to them after this ordeal. This takes all the courage I have in my body to stand up here and say no and try to fight back, and that honestly makes me fearful. So that is it. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter of health and safety for my family. Oh, do you have questions? Am I supposed to stay up here to answer questions?
Do we do that in the appeal process? We have to give, yes, the same amount of time to both sides, so
Okay.
go ahead. Do we, Councilor Martin?
We didn't ask for questions after the first presentation.
But we will later.
But we can.
Okay. Whatever you want.
My first question for you was actually going to be, have you had a home energy assessment?
Yes,
And
I have, yeah.
I think it was prudent of you to do that, so that's the first step I would have taken. What kind of heating mechanism do you have in your house?
I have 2 furnaces and 2 air conditioners, one on each level so as not to compromise the structural integrity of my home. And then I have insulated the attic and the crawl space because of that assessment. That's what they suggested I do first, and it made very little difference.
Okay, what kind of furnaces?
Oh.
I mean, not the brand. Do they burn gas? Do they burn fuel oil?
I think they're electric. I honestly, you're asking a question that I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how my heater. Gas furnace, probably.
I can't tell.
I don't know.
Can't specify.
Good
Okay.
question. You stumped me.
Okay. I have questions for the planning, for the Historic Preservation Committee liaison. Sorry.
Just rearranging.
Okay, the recommendation was that storm windows would be almost as good as double pane windows and would be preferable and is there a guarantee that those would be approved by the commission? Or is this she has to apply again based on the design of the storm windows?
So typically, storm windows are something that would not necessarily change the exterior appearance. They would not alter a historic feature of a home. That is something, as the liaison, I would have to take a look at the type of storm windows being proposed, and I would make that decision if I would make that decision as far as whether or not to send it to the commission. It does depend. Additionally, there are interior storm window inserts that are now available that would not impact the exterior appearance at all.
Okay, well, that was what was going to be my next question, because I've never heard of any storm windows before that didn't go on the exterior of the home and did require some mounting apparatus that was affixed to the exterior of the home, which means that it does impact the exterior of the home. Are you aware of what the price differences are between interior and exterior storm windows?
I have not priced that. My understanding is that the interior are both interior and exterior would be more affordable than replacement windows altogether. I would suspect that the commission would want to see an application for storm windows, but that is something I would need to discuss with the commission as well.
And then my last question is, how long ago were the rules that you are applying regarding energy efficiency and whether that's a consideration made? Because the policies of the city have really placed a lot more emphasis on energy efficiency in any dwelling.
Sure.
Probably since those rules were made, so I'd like to know when those rules were made.
Sure. So the Secretary of Interior standards and their guiding documents, so the standards haven't changed, but their guidance evolves. Additionally, the State Historic Preservation Office puts out this lovely guide for certified local governments. This was last updated in 2017, so it's been a little while. However, there is a section regarding sustainability and green issues, and it is noted in this document as well as numerous documents from the Secretary of Interior's Office on Historic Preservation that retrofitting windows instead of replacing them can both extend the life of the existing windows, avoids the production of newer materials, reduces waste, and preserves a home's character. So using storm windows over replacement windows does have benefits beyond simply energy efficiency. And there are some maintenance issues, there are some window maintenance things that can also be done to help with drafts and such.
Did you answer my original question, was how long have these rules been in effect?
I don't have an exact time frame for how long they've been in effect, but they've been in effect for decades, and they do get the guidance is consistently updated. It is regularly updated as new technology occurs, as there's new research, as we're looking at issues such as sustainability. So sustainability has long been at the forefront of historic preservation guidelines.
So it sounds like, though, that the current guidelines on sustainability are a list of reasons for not making exceptions in favor of sustainability.
It depends on how you define sustainability as well, because by retrofitting and using storm windows, you aren't sending windows to the landfill. you aren't you aren't using new materials. You know, there's a saying in historic preservation circles that the greenest building is the one that already exists, and that also applies to the materials.
When the appellant presented her home energy assessment to the commission, did you ask what kind of furnace she had? Or did you review the home energy assessment to try and identify what else was wrong with the house?
We were not provided with a home energy assessment as part of the application package. Our commissioners did ask very exhaustive questions about the measures that were taken to seal the house. One of the steps that was not taken, that was suggested by one of our commissioners, who also happens to be the state archaeologist and is a widely respected expert in the field, would be to do blown insulation in the windows, or in the walls, I should say, the exterior walls. You know, there was concern that the windows weren't the only issue. That was the concern expressed, and we didn't have the documentation in front of us demonstrating that.
And I understand that concern, but it seems to me like the heating elements in the house would be one of the first questions asked.
So we aren't the commission is not necessarily, we're concerned obviously with efficiency and sustainability, but when we're looking at our review criteria, we have very specific review criteria that are established within the historic preservation section of the city ordinance code, which is section 2.56. I went through those, and it really has to do with the materials and how can you retrofit. And it is possible to retrofit the existing windows and existing materials to improve the efficiency and meet these goals while also maintaining the historic features of the home.
Well, in this particular case, I'm less concerned about sustainability than I am about the well-being of this family, and that's the only questions that I have.
Thank you. So Jennifer, in your first presentation, your first report, I thought I heard you say that there were replacement windows that could or would match or come close to matching the architecture of the home. Is that correct? Did I hear that?
Yes, so technically the windows that were proposed are similar in style. That said, it was noted by our commission chair, Mr. Lane, Steve Lane, who is an architect who specializes in historic preservation and historic restoration, that there are subtle differences that detract from the original character of the home as far as, certain details and reveals. So they may look similar, but, the old adage, they don't make them like they used to. These current windows have lasted for over 100 years, and there are steps that can be taken to improve their efficiency, to further extend their life, and not detract and not take away an important feature of a historic home.
So in reading through our packet, I read that everything that Liz said she has done to meet the efficiency that she needs in her home to keep it safe or whatever, or healthy. So I'm concerned that small, tiny details on a replacement window that bring it up to historic, the facade gives the same impression as the original window, is not acceptable. It leaves the applicant with nothing left to do.
I would argue that storm windows are an option that need to be explored. That's well-fitting storm windows. I don't have an exact citation in front of me as far as the studies, but there are many, many studies that have been done over the years that do show that storm windows they perform about as well as historic windows. Additionally, so that is one step that can be taken. Reglazing the windows is another step because, Ms. Wolf did indicate there were some loose panes and there were drafts. My experience is that reglazing windows makes a big difference in reducing drafts. That's been my experience, at least. So there are steps beyond wholesale window replacement that do increase the efficiency and could satisfy, could really go far to address these concerns. I do appreciate the comfort and, temperature issues. At the same time, we have to use the standards established within the code, as well as the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation and rehabilitation in guiding the commission's decisions.
So I have a question for Liz. So Liz, when I read some of the things that you did, you mentioned that you did glaze. Did you try glazing the windows?
No, I don't have that type of expertise, and I didn't discover there was an issue until winter. So what I did was I caulked the gaps, and I used what you probably have seen, which is, it's kind of like plastic seal on the inside of the window. And I also tried my best to stop drafts coming in from the front door. And space heaters and both my furnaces running. And we still didn't quite meet 45 degrees in the cold parts. May I address something stated before? I'm not throwing away these windows. They're beautiful. I was going to keep them on the property and make them into a greenhouse so they can be on display. I'm not throwing them away. There's no more waste, and frankly, there's waste in creating wood storm windows with new glass too. It's just a window that attaches that I have to take down twice a year. So, sorry, I had to address that. I love historical architecture. I'm not throwing windows away.
Well, and I do have to say, using space heaters is very, very electricity. It uses a lot of electricity.
Very
It makes
inefficient.
it's very inefficient.
Yeah.
So that's all I have. I'll go to Councillor McCoy. No. Yarbrough.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wolf, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for having the nerves to stand up for what you believe in
Thank
and
you.
in your home that you're paying for. I appreciate that. I'm listening to everything, and I'm not an expert by any means at all. But it does, listening to all of the information, I go back to Councilor Martin, wondering, is your furnaces, are they operational enough to put out
Yeah.
more heat and that house may require? Is there anyone else that you can maybe go out and look at that and service it maybe to make sure you can get more heat?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, these furnaces are brand new. I installed them when I bought the home. It didn't have HVAC. So I installed them. They're brand new. Myers Heating and Cooling came and put them in. And I was alerted via text that I have gas heaters, gas furnaces. So, yay. But they're new and they're fully operational, and I change my filters regularly. And they're always on, all day. But yeah, good question. They're operational and in tune.
And so what I want to know is, there is so much information in that packet that we read and everything. So you want to be able to put the windows in that you researched that are comparable to the windows that are already currently there? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, that is what I'm asking for.
Okay, and so you are not willing to try the storm windows? I know it's not the same as the double pane.
I have more information on that because since the hearing, I've continued to do research because winter is coming and
Yes.
my children and I still live there.
Right.
There are interior storm windows. However, my current windows as they are not eligible for them because they have to have a step of 5/8 of an inch, and mine don't. Often they have just under 1/2 of an inch. So those interior storm windows are actually not eligible without altering the trim work on the inside of the house, which would of course be an extra cost, but also would alter original material. And then the exterior storm windows, I called the same guy from, oh gosh, it was the window restoration company that we were all referencing during the hearing, and he now said that, of course, his schedule has moved out even further, and it'll be spring before he can even come out and give an estimate. And I also spoke to another window restoration company about simply restoring the windows because I was panicking, and she refused to come to my home because she's in Denver, and it's not like a full multi-person business. I think it's just her. There are limited resources. I've made countless calls. I work full-time and I raise 2 kids, and I called as many people as I could, and it took a lot of time. But I did gather that information after the fact.
And you said there weren't any referrals.
Yeah, no, none whatsoever. The commission didn't suggest a single vendor to me. I don't think such a list really exists in an updated fashion. There is a third-party website that I found, but the 3 window restoration professionals listed on that site, one of them said he can't come out till spring. The other one said she doesn't come to Denver, and I never got a call back from the third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. I have a question for the commission.
Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
thank
Hi, how are you?
So like I said, I'm not an expert. I'm learning as well. Read the packet and understood as much as I could. So I guess my question is, I know you all are the experts. You have a full commission of experts. And so what happens, and this is, please do not just charge my heart, as they say, don't charge my mind, but where is the compassion when you have a mother with 2 young kids in a home? And I know that was her decision to purchase this home. I get that. We all know that. But winter is coming, and it's an issue. Clearly, there's an issue, and she can't get the storm windows right now. And we all know, even as a municipality, as a city, that to get product right now, there's a long wait in every area. So what can be mediated between now and the time she'll be able to get windows, if she can afford the windows? What other options can the commission provide in the meantime, or are there any?
So in terms of options, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. So I can speak in terms of, we aren't in a position to recommend specific vendors and contractors. That really is a conflict of interest. We just don't do that as a rule. Our engineers don't recommend engineering firms. We don't recommend design firms. It really is the responsibility of the homeowner to do that research. What we do is refer, at least on the historic preservation side, History Colorado, who is the state historic preservation office, they maintain a statewide list of contractors who do historic preservation. So we refer applicants and we refer homeowners to that list, so they can do that. I am very empathetic to the applicant's situation. I also note that this hearing was back in July, so there's been some time that's elapsed. But there are options. There's the film, which isn't great, but it's a stopgap. Reglazing windows would help, I think, quite. Our commissioners felt that doing some reglazing, doing some maintenance would work. Speaking from personal experience, that's a pretty DIY-able thing. That's something that homeowners have been doing forever, and that's one of the beauties of historic windows is they are serviceable by the homeowner. They don't necessarily require a professional contractor because they were designed and built in a way that you could take them apart fairly simply and change out components. That said, we really are bound by our review criteria in our in section 2.56 of the code. We're really bound by that. We're bound by the Secretary of Interior standards. So, you know, our commissioners who are experts in the field, you know, did provide some recommendations that should be explored. And, you know, that's what we can do. We can provide recommendations, we can give direction. You know, the Secretary of Interior standards, the CLG standards, they recommend solutions and alternatives to complete wholesale replacement of historic features such as windows. Hopefully that answers your question.
It answered my question, but it wasn't what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
But, oh, we got another expert in the room. Okay.
Mayor, Councilmember Yarborough, there is an option where the applicant mentioned, I guess, the option we don't want, which is ask the commission to take the landmark status away. But there's also an opportunity in the code for asking for financial, not assistance, but hardship declaration.
Okay. That's, I don't know what all entails in that, but I don't know if Ms. Wolf knows about that. But, okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure the result would be any different, but there are other options to try and, other than this appeal or taking it off the landmark status.
Okay.
And I think maybe to get back to Councilmember's Martin question, I think it was maybe more of one of the building code, which does require energy efficiency today for new construction. Now, we know down the road, there is going to be moved to get to a basically where there's zero energy use in even changes to residential structures. We're not there yet, though. We think it's probably 10 years out. So the commission is kind of stuck with their primary role of the architectural historic appearance of the building.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to keep holding the mic. Thank you for that little glimmer of some type of hope. I don't know how long before you update. You know, I know Councilor Martin had brought that up and asked that question, when was the last time you updated that information and looking at the codes because of circumstances. I don't know everything, but I do think that maybe Ms. Wolf can look at and talk to you about the hardship if you know more information about that. We have to, I mean, we're talking about human beings here, and I understand the historic preservation, and it's a beautiful home, and that's what makes Longmont, and I get that. I totally get it, and I'm not an expert, but at the end of the day, it's the people who makes it a home that really matters. So, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Waters.
I answered to what? To whomever, whoever, or whatever down here?
Counselor Waters.
I know, I'm going back to one of our earlier conversations. Thank you, Mayor Peck. I was trying to bring a little bit of humor very badly. So, I heard Glenn Hughes made reference to the lifting of the historic designation, and I heard that reference. I can't remember if it was from Jennifer or Ms. Wolf. Who made reference to lifting the historic designation?
I think
It would be the applicant was indicated she would make that request. So just talk through the process. For anybody who wants to do that, what's the timeline, what's the requirement, what are the steps, and how long does it take?
Yeah. Well, it's really the same process of being designated. You come in and you make your case, and the HPC decides, based on their criteria, whether it makes sense to take it, the landmark status away.
So in terms of the windows, there are, we've heard, about the reference to the standards in our own code. Are there standards that apply to the request to lift a designation? To alter something, I understand the standard applies. What's the standard that applies to lifting the designation?
So the standard for lifting the designation is essentially the reverse of the standard for designating it. It is that I'm looking for the exact language for you. It's basically that the property no longer meets the criteria for designation.
So if the applicant altered the windows and then requested the status be lifted, she would meet the second standard.
Not necessarily.
I thought the reason we would deny is it doesn't meet the standard.
So the reason we deny is because it doesn't meet the standards for alteration, and we're concerned with maintaining the integrity of a historic property. With that, there is a burden of proof for, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for.
I'm not trying to be coy or cagey, it just seems.
I can appreciate that.
That's an alternative for the applicant and if I was thinking that through, if there are standards applied to first set of decisions, there have to be standards that apply to the second decisions, and as you just said, Jennifer, it's the opposite. So if I wanted just to, make certain I had a chance to get the designation lifted, I would do some alteration so I no longer met the standards.
So basically, you have to, there are 8 criteria, and it would have to meet, or no longer meet one or more of the 8 criteria, and that's established in section 2.56050. Basically, there's really I hate to say there's a higher burden, but once you're established as a landmark, to delist it, you have to have a really good case. And in this case, the property was designated nearly 40 years ago. It is identified with a significant builder in the Longmont community. And the other thing is the property, because it's been designated, it was a designated landmark when the applicant bought the home, and there are certain requirements and restrictions on what you can do to a landmarked home. It does place some limitations on what you can do because it has to meet the criteria for certificates of appropriateness for the historic properties.
Stated differently, life is full of choices, and there are consequences for every one you make, right? I mean, that's kind of what you're saying. Once somebody having requested designation, now I buy that property, that's my choice, and there are consequences or implications when I do that.
Correct.
And that is, I have to now adhere to standards, either to improve or to get it lifted, but you're locked in. I mean, there aren't many options. You're locked in, it sounds to me like.
If you buy a historic landmark, you are bound by the criteria established in the Historic Preservation Ordinance for certificates of appropriateness for if you're seeking to do exterior alterations. This is pretty standard nationwide.
And I understand, I can't see her around you, the frustration with temperatures and what that means in terms of a family and comfort. I also understand we don't hear many appeals, but every time we do, we have the same kind of 3 criteria, right? Was the decision not supported by any competent evidence, et cetera, that what's listed in the packet. And that's a pretty limited criteria for us. Mm-hmm. I guess I'm saying that to other council members. As much compassion as one would want to bring, compassion doesn't show up here as a criteria for us, which is frustrating because we've had this conversation relative to other issues. But it's a pretty constraining set of reasons, or a limited set of reasons, for choosing not to support the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Now it's Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Well, over the last 30 years, at one point or another, my wife served on the Historic Preservation Commission, or I did. And so I understand all those big issues around designation and undesignating homes. I think what the real point here is what Councilmember Yarbrough's heading towards and was trying to get at was the issue around trying to think about, what do we do in this crisis situation for this family? And I think, how can we help them now, since we know they're not going to be able to get storm windows on there? We know that it's still going to be a process to get the designation off. If they went in and did the other side of, went in and just changed them out, there would be some financial issues that would be at play here, which we all know. Anybody who's owns a historic home, and especially one that's designated, knows that there's some dollars that may have to be repaired or paid or some other thing like that. Sometimes that's a factor here, not in all cases, but in some. So how do we deal with this crisis situation right now? And I think we need to see, is there some, maybe Glenn knows, I don't know, maybe there's some way we can help this, because I'm looking at the financials here of what the discussion from the meeting looked like. And it seems to me that we have to come up with something to help, because, after the last 3 years of COVID and everything else like that, we have to, one thing that we learned was grace and compassion. And I'm trying to think about how we can make this work so that because it's not going to happen right away to get anything that would make anybody probably happy. So what's a game plan?
Mayor Peck, Councilmember McCoy, I don't have one. I think we spent a lot of time going down this one road. I don't know what the time limit is for interior storm windows. That's something I think we can approve at staff. It doesn't have to go through HPC. So that's an option. I don't know what the time limit is for her to get those at this point, but I think that's where the HPC was kind of pointing her in that direction. And there's studies that say it's even more efficient than the new windows, which are probably quadruple the price. So,
Is there any, maybe Harold can answer this, are there any city programs that can help in the meantime with costs and other things like that for heating and?
So we do have some programs through our Housing Community Investment Department, but I think it depends on income qualifications and other things in terms of how you do this. The one thing to the question that council has been coming around, I think one of the nuances in this is that it came forward to council as a certificate of appropriateness. And I think to the point that Glenn made earlier is that there is a hardship component that you can look at. And so I don't believe it was brought forward with that hardship component. It was more the appropriateness. And if you look at your council one of the things council can do is remand it, I think, to the historic preservation to look at it from a hardship standpoint versus a certificate of appropriateness. I think that is a different approach that can be taken on this one. Still don't know what.
Let me make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, meaning that we could send it back to the Historic Preservation Commission as a priority discussion?
You would have to change how it was brought forward, not from a certificate of appropriateness, but under a hardship request.
Right, but how quickly could that get through the process? Because, I mean, winter is coming.
So in order to meet our notice requirements, the commission meets on the first Thursday of every month, and this would technically be considered another public hearing, so we would need to meet our posted and advertised notice requirements. So it would be realistically the October meeting before it would be possible to get this on the agenda.
I think the applicant did say it's too late to get the windows changed. It's too late now to get the windows changed out for this year, so it would still have to be looking at next year.
Okay.
So these are all good questions, but what her next steps are or what she does this winter is not really is not what we are supposed to be looking at. So I am going to read the questions before council just because the people in our chamber here, that the council is limited on what we can do here. When someone comes to us for an appeal, we only have 3 questions, as Councilor Waters was saying. And they are, was HPC's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness plainly in error because the decision was not supported by any competent evidence in the record? The second one was HPC's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness plainly in error because the decision was plainly inconsistent with the review criteria, Longmont Municipal Code 2.56.130.a, as shown by clear and convincing evidence. And the third criteria was HPC's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness plainly in error because HPC exceeded its authority or jurisdiction as contained by code or charter. Those are the only 3 things that we can vote on, not whether we have any emotional issues or opinions. So to that extent, I am going to be looking for a motion. Councilor Martin.
Does that mean I can't ask any more questions?
One more.
Oh, decisions. Does the commission have any responsibility to, A, advise the appellant that she may not be taking the safest or most optimal course of action? Does the commission have any responsibility to exercise discretion concerning the advisability of this course of action? And C, if the appellant, in the interest of keeping her and her family alive and well through the winter, allows some alterations to be happen inadvertently to the property. So for example, if the pipes freeze, is she subject to any fines or imprisonment, or, what enforcement is there? Because it seems to me like just asking this particular appellant to maintain the house in its existing condition through the winter may be an unreasonable request.
Okay, I think with your first question was, do they need to advise them on the best course of action? And I would say probably not, but I think the HPC wants to see the goals of our historic preservation occur. So if they know, and the reason they're stacked with experts is to help that process along. And I think they did that. I think they said there's probably a better course of action that's cheaper and maybe more efficient. B was, I forget what B was, but I think going back to, can she do something else? To change out the windows requires a building permit, and we would deny it because it doesn't meet the standards and the action that the HPC took. So she could do it anyhow, and then it would be a matter of penalties with doing something outside of getting a building permit.
But I need a clarification. What are the penalties for violating an order of the Historic Preservation Society, i.e. failing to make a required alteration, failing to maintain the property, or making an alteration that the Historic Preservation did not approve?
I will turn it over to Jeremy Terrell, who's actually working on this section of the code.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and councilors. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. I'm advising staff on the appeal tonight. Under Section 2.56150, the enforcement powers of the Historic Preservation Commission would be seeking compliance through the courts. So if the applicant decided to take action without HPC approval or certificate of appropriateness, the city would be empowered to pursue actions against her in court to basically revert it back to what it looked like before the action was taken.
And then, Glenn, I think you misstated something. The appellant has stated that she does not have the option in the way the house is built now to use internal storm windows. Ah, okay.
Do you have a very fast
Well,
statement?
it was in
Okay.
relation to what, but you're going to go ahead.
I am going to go ahead.
Go for it.
So, council, if you look at, if you've read the recommended appeal hearing procedure and go down to questions before council, and then it has some options. The one that, what I'm hearing from council you might consider is E. If council requires further consideration, council should pass the resolution remanding the appeal to HPC. The resolution should include directions for HPC to reconsider its decision on the certificate of appropriateness. So we need to vote. We need to decide the questions before council, the first 3 questions. And then if you are having problems and want to vote to split these 3, that you have yes or no to any of them, then you can go to the options considering that vote. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. So I would not be voting for a full overturning of the commission's decision, but I will be making the motion to remand back to the HPC with the instructions that they consider hardship in their decision.
So remanding it back to HPC has been made. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, seconded by a couple of people up here, and I'll give it to Councilor Yarbrough. Is there any discussion? Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Glenn, could you review, given the motion, review what this will mean to the commission? Because it sounded like hardship was a separate decision from the request that was made by the applicant. Now we've conflated the two on this with this motion. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, Mayor, Councilmember Waters, I think what I took away from Councilmember Rodriguez's suggestion is use a wider view of this. However, they have very specific criteria to follow. If it's a matter of time, I'm not really sure what another option would be. That would be kind of an interim step, but.
So let me ask then the kind of the related question. If we were to separate these, like remanding it or not, what are her options for seeking designation or approval as a hardship? Because that sounds to me like that is, if a hardship is acknowledged or approved, then there is financial support for the applicant to make do whatever she can do for the home. Is that true?
I don't know if there's any financial help with that.
I thought that's what I heard Harold say.
She would have to be qualified, I guess.
Well, we're mixing issues right now, so.
Well, I'm trying not to mix the issue. I just want to be really clear on terms of the hardship tied to remanding.
So I think to start off with, where's the assistance? That's the HCI component that's separate and apart from all of this. I would assume, and others are gonna have to step in, and I think the hard part let me kind of back up a little bit to provide some clarification. I think staff answering the questions regarding the decision-making process of the board is a bit of a challenge. I mean, so that's in place there. the second piece, I would assume, as I've seen this in other places, is if you declare a hardship, you're saying, here's what I need to do, cost basis, time, those types of issues, and you have to justify how you're facing a hardship, and then they approve it. But I would then assume, and Eugene, correct me if I'm wrong, they then would say, based on the hardship, you can put in these windows.
So it's not the designation or the approval of a hardship appeal or claim would be the historic preservation saying, yes, there's sufficient hardship, that the standards no longer apply?
Eugene?
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So there is a code provision on certificate of hardship, 2.56160. There are criteria for that. I think that's a separate application than the certificate of appropriateness. I don't
But is
think-
it the commission that makes that decision?
Yes.
So either decision, it was only one really decision, whether or not the applicant in this case would want to apply for or claim a hardship.
Yes.
Then the commission would determine whether or not that was a substantive claim.
I think that's right, under the criteria for certificate of hardship. I don't think there is a hardship criteria for certificate of appropriateness.
Okay.
There are the 4 criteria that Jennifer went over.
So what does the commission do with that? Yes, it's a hardship, but we're not going to waive the standard. Where does that leave the applicant?
If they found a hardship, I think they could go ahead with whatever they were proposing.
And not ignore, but disregard or.
Yes, and there's 2 seem applicable criteria. One is compliance with the regulation of those chapters will result in a substantial economic burden on the applicant. Or, for other hardship, the property cannot be reasonably maintained in a manner consistent with pertinent architectural standards and guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that we've all spoken twice on this issue and exceeded our time limits. So let's vote on, we need to vote on the motion that Mayor Pro Tem made to remand it back to the HPC to reconsider its decision based upon a hardship. Let's vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. That was good discussion. Thank you, Liz and Jennifer. Do we need a 5-minute break? Let's take one.
so I can read it.
Let's see.
I would be.
I will do it. We are back. We are now at the meat of this meeting, which is the 2024 proposed budget presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Teresa Malloy, Budget Manager. And our topics for this evening, we have three. We're going to talk about our capital improvement program, update you on the street fund or transportation as it's been rebranded. We are going to cover the transportation CIP when we get to that topic. And then we're going to wrap up this evening with affordable and attainable housing funds. So CIP. So what is a CIP? Well, our CIP is our capital improvement plan. It is a 5-year document, and the first year will be included, is included in our proposed budget. Those first year costs are included in our proposed budget. And then the out years are really just a plan. Although the CIP is adopted as part of the budget process, only the first year, in this case the 24 year, is what is appropriated in terms of CIP funding. But we do update our CIP every year. So staff will review those out-year costs as part of the budget process and update those. Updates could include cost increases or even complete changes if priorities should change from one year to the next. So to be considered a CIP, our projects have to meet two really basic criteria. They have to have a minimum life expectancy of 5 years and a minimum cost of $10,000. So if they don't meet that, then they are just really considered operational capital, and that is included in our operating budget and not part of our CIP.
Before Teresa goes on, one of the things that we did in this capital process across the organization as we were going into budget, one of the things that we were seeing as we go into the CIP process, we add new projects. But what we were seeing when we were looking at the financials, we were not finishing projects. So going into this CIP process, one of the stipulations that I made in terms of budget submittals is do not put anything new in until we finish the projects that we have in the hopper that we need to move forward. And that was really about bringing balance into the system and making sure that we can finish things and we're maximizing our capacity. So when you see this, understand that that was something that I directed to staff because we just need to finish some things.
And in that light, we've got several slides here to kind of highlight our CIP costs in 2023. And then I've got a few overview cost slides for you for 24 and then 24 to 28. And staff is going to focus on those projects that Harold did mention, as well as talk to you about our 24 to 28 CIP. So to start with, this slide is really showing you our costs over time from 2019 to 2028. And the first 4 years on this slide are actuals from 19 to 22. And then the big spike is our revised budget for 23. That includes the carryover. So 63.6 million of that big spike was what was adopted in our 23 CIP. 226.8 million of that was carryover. And then the out years is what is included in our 24 to 28 proposed CIP. So back down to the consistent $60-ish million per year. Another look at the costs from 2019 to 2028. Again, that big spike in 23 for all the carryover projects. But this slide has now layered in the projects by category. So to give you a sense of where the biggest dollars are. And in 23, that is water, transportation, public buildings, and then Parks and Rec. And again, 2023 CIP costs on the left, again, including the carryover. And the pie chart shows you, again, what I was speaking about, the original budget of $63.6 million, and then the $226.8 million of carryover, for a total of $290 million in our 23 budget for CIP.
Teresa, are you taking questions at any time, or
Sure.
do you want to finish this first?
Whatever works for you is fine.
Okay, Counselor Martin.
Thank you, because I don't think I would have understood any of the rest if we hadn't stopped. Could you go back one slide?
You bet.
So when you say all this carryover, is carryover money that was already in funds unspent, and we've now pushed it all into this year because we're not, well, we're obviously not spending it all this year?
That is correct. So Councilmember Martin, so yes, carryover, when I say carryover, I mean appropriations that you all acted on through ordinances in prior years for CIP that was unspent at the end of 22. So it could have been from 2022 original budget
Or 19.
prior years even, yes.
Yeah, so why do we have to spend it all in 23? Why is not this spread out through the upcoming years?
Another very good question. So we most likely will not be spending it all in 2023, but because our city code requires that we have the appropriation in place before we award contracts or bids, we have to have the full appropriation in place.
Yeah, let me back up a little bit. So there are a lot of projects that we have in the system that, absent issuing debt to do the full project, we start accumulating funds in order to
Got that
to
part.
build the project. Because of the nuance in our charter in terms of the only fund that you don't have to zero out is the public improvement fund. The rest of the funds, every year, we have to close the books, carry the money over, and then in some cases carry it over multiple years so we have the money in hand to then bid the projects. An area where we saw a lot of this happening was actually in flood recovery in the RSVP program, because money was coming in and we just had to keep carrying it over as the projects were coming forward. And so that is, in some cities, you don't necessarily have to do that. You fund your capital projects and you just keep it, and so you don't have to carry it over on an annual basis. This is something we have to do here.
So in terms of these charts, where are the new planned items that are not going to go into consideration? Is that the blue part of this pie? Are those the projects we're not gonna do?
No.
Where are they?
They are, well, they're in different places. I'm trying to figure out your question.
Are you referring to unfunded projects, those projects that we really don't have funding for?
Well, I'm referring to Harold's statement of his instruction that we're not gonna do anything new until we finish what we've got going already.
So let me be specific. It is not uncommon when we get into some of these CIP processes where I go in, we see it a lot more in the Public Improvement Fund where we want to do projects X, Y, and Z, when in reality, that same group has projects A, B, and C that's not finished. It's not that they're not being done. Some are in an unfunded category, but we're really focusing on what's already on the books to finish.
I understand that. What I'm talking about is how is that represented in these charts? Because I'm still stuck on this huge spike that doesn't make sense to me, you know.
I would say that as we get further along, when I get to the 24 to 28 look at our CAP, those projects are planned for the out years.
Okay, I'll try to hold the suspense inside for a while.
But to answer your question, the blue part of the pie chart, that is the budget that was included in our adopted 23 budget. And then the orange part is those carryover funds.
Counselor
Okay,
Waters, whoops.
Some examples will help. The Wade Gaddis water treatment, one of those.
Nelson Flake.
Chimney Hollow, one of those. $18 million in Parks and Recreation, among those. I mean, you start,
Yes.
the transit hub, one of those.
That is
All of
correct.
those are accruing funds that
Correct.
haven't been spent that roll up into this. I mean,
Correct.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Just think about that list of things.
That is correct. And this includes bond dollars as well.
Yeah.
So a big chunk of these dollars are bond dollars. Okay, so this chart, what we're trying to show you is in kind of the lighter color part of the bar graph, and this represents 42% in total. Those are the dollars, that's the percentage of dollars that is expended or encumbered at this point in time this year. The darker shade is unencumbered, unspent budget dollars by category. So it's our total 23 budget broken down by how much have we spent or encumbered versus unspent, unencumbered. And then another 23 chart here, what we're showing you is that same look of encumbered and actual versus unspent, unencumbered dollars, but this time it's total dollars, and what we have indicated in the dollar amounts on this graph are the biggest unspent amounts by category. So you can see water, to your point, Councilman Waters, those are the bond dollars that we appropriated for that expansion project. And then here it is by projects, the top 10 projects, with the largest project being that water treatment plant project.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to turn our attention to what's included in the 2024 proposed CIP. So it's a little over 63 million in total, very consistent with what we've been seeing in the past years and what we will see by year in the future years. And the largest categories are transportation, parks and recreation, electric, and water. So total dollars on the left, and then the percentage of the total in the pie chart for you. And then here's those out years. So this is the full 24 to 28 CIP, totals $267.3 million. Again, those same four categories are, make up the biggest share of that total 5-year CIP.
Teresa, can I just ask a question really fast? In the, on the left side, the dark blue, where you've got the proposed projects in 2024, I'm going to go down to Parks and Rec for the 35 million. Are we going to see a line item budget on what all of these dollars are going to be spent on?
So when we get to the Parks and Rec update, project update for you, you are going to see the details of what is made up of that, yes.
Thank you.
And if it doesn't answer your question completely, let us know.
Okay.
Okay, so another look at the 24 to 28 proposed costs over time, tending downward. Again, that is reflective of Harold's direction of we're going to focus really on those projects that we have funding for right now, as opposed to continuing to add additional projects over the years. So our costs are going to trend down as staff is working to complete those projects that have current funding.
And remember what Teresa said earlier, it's a 5-year capital improvement plan. We look at it every year, so it rolls constantly. And so those that are on the out years start sliding in, and then we start looking at those other projects. So it's not that they're not on the radar, but we're focusing on the short term to get things done.
And then just another look at our 24 to 28 CIP by category, by year. And now I'm going to turn it over to Becky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just another look at the way that we think about our expenditures on CIP is by thinking about the type of investment that we're making. So for 2024, if we think about the three categories that we have here are asset management, which essentially means repairing or replacing existing infrastructure with in kind. So same things are being replaced. We also have improvements to existing infrastructure where we may be improving the capacity or adding new amenities to things that exist, but it's not, a wholly new item. And then finally, we have new infrastructure. In general, we have a balance of those three types of investment in all of our infrastructure systems. Although this year, as you can see, again, kind of focusing on what's existing today, we have a preponderance of our investment is going toward asset management in 2024. Next slide. So we've spoken with you recently about a lot of the macroeconomic challenges that have faced us in terms of delivering projects. And so this is by way of a small update on how those things are going. You are probably aware that, top line inflation is, prices and costs are still increasing, but they're not increasing quite as quickly. So, kind of a more reasonable rate of increase over time. So we have a down arrow for inflation, which is green because that's good. It doesn't mean that we're seeing price declines or a return to the previous estimates that we had for projects, but it does mean that we're not seeing the really rapid increases that we saw over the last 12 to 18 months. The second item here that we have is product availability and timelines. And that one really depends on what item or what supply chain you're talking about. Some of them are pretty much the same. We're still seeing lead times of up to 3 years for some important items in our electric system. But in other cases, the supply chain is loosening up a little bit, and we are seeing improved ability to get the things that we need in order to complete these projects.
I think the best example on this is not necessarily capital, but what we're dealing with in terms of our fleet. In the sense of some vehicles you can get pretty quick, others, you'll get an order and they'll say we'll do it and then they'll cancel it. And others, they won't even give you a time in terms of when that particular vehicle will be available. So we're just seeing it show itself in different ways.
Similarly, we're seeing mixed results in staffing, where additional applicants are coming forward. We're seeing some ability to hire for positions that have been vacant for a long time, but in some cases, we're still not able to fill positions that are really critical to project delivery. And then finally, the regulatory environment, not a lot of change in that necessarily from what we saw. We're still seeing some change there and some unknown in terms of what we may see in permits and in requirements to come in the next few years. And I will pass it to Jim.
Good evening, Mayor Peck, City Council members. Jim Angstadt, Director of Engineering and Public Works. I want to talk on a few slides on storm drainage. This is the first slide. It's going to be kind of what you're going to see on a number of the CIP topics. I'm pointing over to some of the trends for CIP in the 2023 budget year, the current year we are in. We are looking at expenses of almost over $10 million. That is comprised of three major projects. The RSVP, the Resilient St. Vrain project, has dollars of about $4.4 million currently. Also, our storm drainage rehab and improvements has about $1.3 million. And then Spring Gulch number 2, that is also known as DRN 28. That is the third phase of that, which is a trail and drainage improvements extending from Union down south to connect into the existing trail just by Walmart. Those projects are in this year's budget. The RSVP dollars will be carried forward into next year as we are working through some staffing issues as well as just some capacity on the projects. In next year's project, the main emphasis will be in our storm drainage rehab and improvements in 2024. We're budgeting about $760,000. That work is going to cover construction of some drainage improvements on Left-Hand Drive, as well as starting the design for the 2025 work, which will occur around 9th Avenue and south of 9th around Gay Street. The next slide over, providing a little bit more of an in-depth overview of the current status of the St. Vrain project, or RSVP. That is the Longmont's extensive multi-year project to fully restore the St. Vrain Greenway, improve the St. Vrain Creek channel to protect people, property, and infrastructure from future flood risks. The graphic you see in front of you it's the standard graphic we've been using for a number of years. Has been updated. North is up, east is to the right, moving in a westerly direction. The City Reach 1 in the Dickens Farm area, kind of highlighted in yellow, that has been completed. Main Street Bridge has been completed. The areas in red and yellow are the City Reach 2A and the South Pratt Parkway Bridge. Those have been completed. City Reach 2B, again, has been completed. That has included the revisions to the BNSF Railroad Bridge. We've also recently completed the first reach of Isaac Walton 1 that gets us to Boston, the Boston Avenue Bridge. Boston Avenue Bridge is currently under construction. The contractor is currently starting to stage out there. He's got his trailer out. Start to see more activity as we get into the fall, and they're starting to work into the channel. The next section upcoming, not yet. Sorry. I heard that. The next section up is the Isaac Walton Reach 2. That is the project being undertaken by the Army Corps of Engineers through their 205 program. The Boston Avenue Bridge project is the city's match for the funding for the Army Corps. That project is currently out to bid, with bids expected now in mid-October, and hopefully construction starting later in the year.
So one of the reasons we wanted to point this map out, when you look at the bridge that we were talking about, if council will remember earlier this year when we were seeing inflation just killing us on projects, we talked to you about a few in particular, and we're going to go in depth in some of those. But this was one of those where we had a $4 million, right?
Yes.
Dollar increase based on everything that we've been talking about. So we wanted to point it out because in the existing funding to that point, if we need to finish projects, we were able to restructure the funding so we could actually finish the, fund the bridge project, get it out for bid, get it under construction, knowing that the Army Corps project was coming behind it. And so I think we mentioned this to you earlier, but obviously we were able to bridge that gap and continue moving west. And then we also had the ballot item that looks at just further west beyond the Army Corps project and the split flow channel that was approved. So we're just continuing to move west, but I did want to call out the bridge because that was one of our significant budget concerns earlier.
So the next phase, just to the west of the Army Corps project in Sunset, is the Hover Reach, extending from Sunset to Hover. We're anticipating design to begin on that section in 2024. We have applied for a hazard mitigation grant through the state and FEMA. It's been almost a year since we've applied for it, but we have just checked in with the state recently, and they have given us good news that FEMA is beginning to look at those grants applications, and we're looking at, they'll probably be asking for what are called RFIs, requests for information on those, which is usually a positive sign that they want more information to award a grant. So as we work into the design, that would be mostly for construction. And then no discussion of RSVP would be complete without talking about some of the floodplain mapping we've been undertaking. The FEMA firm maps, the flood insurance rate maps have been going through analysis and appeals for a number of years. We have heard from FEMA that those maps they're wrapping up that process and to go effective in spring of 2024. We have already, for a number of our reaches, worked through what are called LOMARS, Letter of Map Revisions. We have undertaken 2 of those, and after the maps become effective, in short order after those letter of map revisions would become effective, and that will officially remove all of those areas out of the floodplain that we've been talking about. As we move forward with the Hover Reach and the Army Corps Reach, additional LOMARS would be undertaken to revise those maps as well. And that would be out a number of years.
Can I ask a question, Jim?
Yes.
When you get to the Hover Reach, are we still looking at the split flow?
Yes, we have, nothing has changed from that. We have not, it is still the split flow is what we're looking at. That is the recommended approach.
With going under Hover to meet up with St. Vrain on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Meyer.
Well, wait, more questions.
Just a quick question. When we, did the bond issue, everyone was saying, it's been 10 years, why isn't it done? By the time the Hover Reach is done, how many years will it have been?
Now you're gonna make me do math. More than likely, it'll be another 4 years.
Thank you.
We more than likely be looking at a year to year and a half in design, 6 to 8 months in permitting, and bidding, and then 2 years in construction.
Okay, thank you.
I think, it's interesting, when the flood hit in 2013 and we were talking about how long would recovery take. I want to say that when we were talking about this, we were pretty overt about 10 to 20 years in terms of specifically on the river projects.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn it over to Daryl Hahn, who's going to provide you a shocking presentation about electric.
Thank you, Jim. No thank you for the joke. Mayor Peck, members of City Council, my name is Daryl Hahn. I'm the Electric Utility Director, AKA LPC. So on the first slide here, we're just going to talk a little bit about some of the highlights of the plan. You've got the full budget there in front of you. First, electric grid modernization. So this is really a series of smaller projects where we're going to be, as it says, modernizing the electric grid. So this is smart devices. This is getting our smart grid roadmap pulled together. So this is just really the beginning of what we'll be doing for the next several years. Distributed energy resources, innovation and solutions for $600,000. This is actually a solar project that we're planning to install on a city facility. So this is going to be something that is intended to benefit the city, but will also, hopefully, if we can get our ducks in a row, be the beginning of a community solar project. So community solar is really intended to benefit those customers who don't have a roof to put solar on or can't afford to do something like this, but they can still participate in renewable energy. So that's the $600,000 there. And then the electric system capacity increases of 1.6 million, 1.7 million. This is really what we typically refer to as our ECIF, the Electric Community Investment Fee. So these are not rate impacting, but these are fees that are collected as new panels are upgraded or a new customer comes online with a very large load. They pay into this ECIF, and that's supposed to help fund kind of a proportional share of the overall infrastructure improvements that are needed to serve that load. What that really helps to avoid is customer number one doesn't pay anything, and then customer number two comes in and you need a new substation transformer. The costs this way are kind of spread out as customers come along. If you look at the chart on the right, you'll see a spike. Seems like there are a lot of spikes in the numbers we're looking at tonight. But in this case, what we're doing is as Harold mentioned, we're setting aside some funds for future projects. The biggest one here is new substation transformers. We've talked earlier about the need for expanded capacity to serve electrification and increased loads from EVs and so forth. So these additional substation transformers have to be funded before we can actually go out and get bids and that sort of thing. And then we wait 3 years for the transformers to show up. So we can jump to the next slide. So here, I know one of the major initiatives that we've undertaken in LPC is the 100% renewable energy goal. Obviously, that was something that that came to us as a directive from City Council. As part of that, we've also been working with the Platte River Power Authority. Platte River Power Authority was formed 50 years ago to take on certain tasks and responsibilities that the city felt was maybe better handled by another organization in cooperation with some of our neighboring cities, Loveland, Fort Collins, and Estes Park. And we've been really working very closely with the Platte River staff, and I've mentioned before, somebody at LPC is talking to somebody at Platte River at least daily, if not hourly. And we're really working very closely to make sure that everybody's in lockstep in working toward this 100% renewable energy goal. To reach that goal, it's not going to be kind of one silver bullet that's the magic thing that solves the problem. It's going to be a portfolio approach. And what I mean by that is it's going to be a little bit of this and a little bit of that added to a little bit of this, really kind of piecing all of the things together, and solar and wind and hydro and short-term battery storage and long-term battery storage, which is something that hasn't really even been invented yet. So we're working very diligently with Platte River on keeping an eye on these new technologies, but also implementing the proven ones as they come along. As we look forward, we really need to be enhancing our reliability to accommodate the increased load from electrification, which is the conversion of gas appliances to electric. We're also looking at adding loads as we decide we're going to make our supply more renewable. So it's really a balancing act. You know, we want the grid and our electric service to be reliable, but we also need to add more renewables, which can challenge our reliability. We have an increased load. We want to keep costs low. And now, as we've been seeing in recent news and also a couple of years ago, wildfire mitigation is a concern as well. And of course, add on top of all of that, we want these decisions to be made in an equitable way. So it's really a very challenging balancing act.
Yeah, I think when Daryl's talking about this, where it's also changed is on a quarterly basis, the city managers of all 4 communities are now meeting with each other. And so as they're laying out plans in terms of what we need to do in the future, we're also talking about it with each other in terms of making sure that each city is moving in the direction we need to, and that we're all moving together, because that's really going to make the likelihood of success much higher if we're all on the same page. And so that's a relatively new conversation that's been going on with Platte River, and that we're also talking at a different level.
Thanks, Harold. When we talk about electric grid modernization, the majority of our efforts are toward reaching the 100% renewable goal. So we have a smart grid roadmap that we're developing. We're meeting with the consultants fairly frequently to make sure that we're moving forward on that. The intent there is to get better grid visibility and to have quote-unquote smart options to optimize the infrastructure and also to accommodate and incorporate more flexible loads being things like solar and water heaters and controllable thermostats, potentially electric vehicles as well. We're also looking at accommodating and controlling a more complex grid that's going to be making our SCADA system what they call advanced distribution management system. That's a pretty significant operations technology IT initiative that we'll be undertaking in the next few years. One of these pictures up here, I believe the middle one up on top, is a new demonstration project that we've undertaken for smart switches. So right now, when you have a switch out in the field, you need to have somebody physically go out there and manipulate it. But the intent is if we can do that from the SCADA control room, we can accommodate outages and get our customers restored much more quickly with these smart devices. Another initiative that we're pursuing is wildfire mitigation. So the easiest way that we can do that is to replace traditional fuses, which are already in the field, with a device called a trip saver or something similar. A traditional fuse, what it does is it measures it senses that there's an overcurrent, maybe because a tree hit the line or a pole fell over, something like that, and it will blow just like a regular fuse. The problem with these is in order for them to work properly, they have to explode in order to physically move equipment up on the pole. And when they explode, they can spark and they can cause fire. So the intent here is by making the grid smarter, by replacing some of these old traditional legacy devices with smarter devices, we can minimize the effect or the danger of wildfires, but also make the grid smarter at the same time. We're pursuing a grant for that right now, and I expect to hear any minute now on whether we've got that grant. The other thing that's nice about those trip savers, again, if they're remote controlled, you don't have to roll a truck to drive out there in the middle of the night to manipulate, right? You just push a button and the customers are restored. Electric system reliability and rehabilitation. So this enables us to focus both on the renewable goal as well as reliability and electrification. So from a renewability perspective, it's really, these projects are necessary to optimize and prepare the grid for future flexible load management. So again, when I talk about flexible loads, it's not just a matter now of turning on a light switch and the light turns on. We have solar panels pushing electricity back in. We have batteries pushing and pulling. We have electric vehicles pushing and pulling electricity. So it's really now a two-way street, whereas before it used to be a one-way street. So some projects that are included here are really intended, again, to enhance the grid, to accommodate additional load from electrification. We have emergency equipment replacement, especially when we see multiple consecutive hot days. We will see more outages as equipment burns, and especially older equipment or equipment that's reached its end of life. One of the major projects that we're looking at is the proactive cable replacement. So based on the average age of underground cables and the amount we have, we should be replacing about 20 miles of underground cable per year just to keep up with the oldest fraction of cables. Typically, we replace 1 to 2 miles. So we're really going to have to ramp up those efforts just to stay on top of the aging infrastructure. And that's just looking at cable replacement. So we're starting to do that a bit more in 2024, and we'll continue to do so as we move forward. I think that's good. Last slide. 17 more slides and we'll be done. That's all. Shocked? Yeah. All right, so for distributed energy resources, again, we're looking at the 100% renewable goal. I mentioned earlier that there's a community solar demonstration project at the Waste Services Building. The intent is, again, to set up a community solar project. This is our first one, so we're going to figure out all of the things that we did wrong once we've done the wrong things. But the intent is really to bring in some of those members of the community to participate in these efforts. We are partnering with Platte River on installing some large batteries in a couple of our substations. There will be some cost involved with integrating those batteries into our grid. The bulk of those costs will be on Platte River, but there are going to be things that we need to do on our side to be able to control the batteries when we need to and incorporate them into our grid. Mentioned some tools for integrating and analyzing the AMI data. So AMI is not just about being able to see what's happening, but also to be able to make decisions based on what we're seeing happen. We have a smart thermostat project. We have Efficiency Works. We have a distributed energy resource management system that we'll be looking at in partnership with the other 4 cities and with Platte River. So a lot going on when it comes to 100% renewable energy. And finally, in terms of electrification, you know, building electrification through education and rebates, including through Efficiency Works. The majority of what we're seeing partnered with Boulder County to do a cooktop lending partnership. Again, this is just to give folks an idea of what it would be like to cook with an induction stove versus gas or even standard electric. And again, I mentioned expanding our substation capacity by adding new substation transformers, but also tying the substations together. We have a lot of excess capacity depending on the part of town that the substation is located in. And so if we can tie those substations together, you can probably envision serving load in one part of town from a substation that is in another part of the city. And in that way, we're not just adding more substation transformers, we're using the existing capacity. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
I want to thank you very much. I know that this is a huge learning curve for everybody involved in all the cities and PRPA. Never done it before. So I hope you're enjoying that journey, Daryl. And I just want to say that Platte River PRPA is putting out its first RFP for storage, looking at 100-hour storage facilities. Be testing them out. But once again, when we'll get them, that's a different story as to when we order them. So everybody's moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. And you're right, I went to California with some of the other cities and with
did.
Platte River earlier this year to look at some of these new technologies. And it's easy to envision them working because they kind of don't exist in a lot of cases yet. But they're working hard, and I know that we in Platte River are closely monitoring those new technologies.
Good, thank you for that. Are there any questions from other counselors? We expect it from you, Marcia, and a question.
All right, thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Mayor Peck, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to talk this evening. I'm here to represent our public building CIPs. You can kind of see we've got 4 major breakdowns. A lot of them are due to life cycle replacements, basically in the boiler and our HVAC happening at the Civic Center and the Rec and Museum. electric vehicle charging stations, which Cash will talk about in a little bit. As we have seen in other projects, we've got a kind of spike in the 2023 number, of which that's where we're going to really talk about our safety and justice rehabilitation. So we can go to the next slide. In our initial investigation, we actually found some structural deterioration of the existing building, specifically on the north facade. In those pictures you can see on the left. With that came the evaluation of maybe we should replace instead of repair. And that led us to the expansion project, which will be on the next slide. Sorry, not quite yet. I'm gonna still talk. We are working through the building. We've been there for about a year already, and we did some improvements to our 911 and dispatch through a capital improvement project. But we've also done structural rehabilitation, as you can see in the picture on the bottom right-hand side, of adding steel to the existing joists, and you can kind of see the stitching that exists on the bottom with some of the floor repairs that have happened. But our second floor and roof rehabilitation is complete, and right now they are working at the exterior perimeter of the building, and that has been a little tricky as we still are operating at 100% out of that facility right now and still trying to get our repair work complete. Our first floor rehab work is scheduled to happen actually later in the fall. Hopefully we'll have an October start date.
Before you go on, one of the pieces to this, why I wanted to talk about it, is obviously council knows the work that we did in terms of the Civic Center, the work that we did with the library, and so when folks are asking, where do we have money available for this or this, we're spending a lot of our money through debt that we issued associated with our public improvement fund to maintain our buildings because they were in really bad shape. You know, this project honestly seems like it's the gift that keeps on giving, because it's when you get an update, it's, oh, this wall is not actually attached to the structure and these issues, and so it's like we repeatedly have to figure out this financial puzzle in order to deal with the structural integrity issues, which is actually what led us to this when you look at the broader economy of scale and the space needs and some choices that we had to make.
Exactly, and this is the architectural rendering of what the north facade of the building will look like. And that was really funded by improvements for the remaining facility bonds, as well as some public safety funds. The existing precast members that kind of created the arch of the front of the building, those are really the pieces that have failed. And so those pieces will come down. And as in any of our bond projects, we're really trying to extend the life expectancy of these structures by 50 years. The clock.
Yeah, are you going to fix that clock?
Nope, the clock's coming down too. So that's why we haven't fixed it, because we can't find anybody to fix it, and it's gonna come down, so.
Well, and part of the decision-making process in that I think is important for the community to know is, you know, a lot of people go, well, this is what it's always looked like. We were really faced with a decision of by the time you took it down and replaced it, it actually is not that far off of this cost, and we're actually gaining space. And so it was really just a hardcore financial decision to go, if you're going to put, what, $1.5 million just to get it back to what it looked like, how can you utilize that $1.5 million to actually deal with some of your space needs? And that was the process that we went through.
And there are definite space needs in that building. Some of the other things that we've done with the expansion project is really try to remove water from the building face to prevent future deterioration. And we're anticipating demolition to start next spring. And we also have a remaining PBF 205, which will continue us through investigation of other city facilities. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Peck, members of council, Cash Johns, fleet manager. Giving you an overview as far as the electric vehicle charging stations that we are working on currently. We've put in an infrastructure at the solid waste facility. We've also put one in at Parks Department, and we're currently working out at Public Works. The last piece of this year will be the service center, which will be part of LPC, Nextlight, and Fleet on that piece of it. As far as 24 goes, we are going to be looking at getting additional capital funding and more grant money to be able to continue with the installations throughout the city on those. One of the areas that we do struggle right now as far as cancellation of vehicles, you know, I put orders in and they get through the dealership and then the factory says nope. So my orders end up getting canceled quite often. I am pleased to say tonight, actually sitting in the back of the room, I got an email that 2 of our Ford Lightnings are going to be delivered here real soon to us. Good. So that's really a good thing. We also found some hybrid police cars. Thanks to the police department, they located them. I was able to get a purchase order, lock them in, and we're working on getting those delivered to us. So that'll help us out on that end of it for the police department on the hybrid side. The other piece that I'm working on is CDOT had put a RFP together for charging stations, and I'm looking at working with them real close on being able to see if I can't, you know, end up using their contract to purchase our charging stations. And that's what the funding of the grant for this year is going to go towards, is those charging stations.
Great.
Okay, questions?
I love charging stations. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
You bet, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm David Bell, Director of Parks and Natural Resources. I'm going to be here for less than 22 seconds because you're going to see a new face this evening. As we talked about those dollars rolling forward, Council had asked about the projects that weren't getting done in the past and what we could do to speed that up. So part of that is that 8 and 5 project. So as Council pushed that, Harold and Joni has been very supportive of getting additional staff to help move those dollars through. So tonight you're going to hear from Stephanie Cooper, who is the manager of our Parks and Trail Development team, and she will be telling about the projects she's doing with the staff she has and additional staff coming on. Stephanie?
Thank you, Mayor Peck, Council. Excuse me. As David had mentioned, I'll report out on some of the projects that we have coming up on 24. If you refer to the slide up there, it's we have St. Vrain Greenway, which is a portion of the St. Vrain Reach, or Phase 13, which connects Sandstone out to St. Vrain State Park. That $5 million is really to support the underpass and whatnot that's required to complete that connection. And that will be ongoing past 24. We also have the bridge replacement project that's valued right now up there at $888,000. That's actually to repair the existing bridge at Garden Acres Park, in addition to some ADA trail upgrades that are required there. We do have a bridge and storage that will replace that bridge. We just need to put the infrastructure in and make some modifications to that park. And then we have our park infrastructure rehab and replacement, just over $2 million for 24. So that's going to include a renewal of Thompson Park as well as Roosevelt Park, which will both include updated play structures, ADA improvements, and improvements to the shelters and the restroom at Thompson. So those are the things that are we're focusing on the CIP front on 24. And then we do have several other projects underway that we wanted to report on.
Jump in and talk about the Ute Creek Golf Course Maintenance Facility. This is also the architectural's rendering. If you were driving on Highway 66 looking at the facility, we do have a historic silo right in the middle of the project site. And so the maintenance facility will continue with that agricultural aesthetic. We've had a lot of location changes with this project. We've had lots of demands on the golf course as well, so we really need this maintenance facility, and unfortunately we've had lots of increased construction costs. This was originally identified in the 2018 bond initiative. And as of August, we also have a loan that was secured from Fleet to go ahead and construct. GH Phipps was awarded the contract last week, and we anticipate to begin construction this fall and hopefully end in the summer of '24.
So now to continue, we do have the 8 Parks in 5 Years initiative, and we have kicked off the first 3 parks. We're in the design phase for the first 3 listed, and if you could go to the next slide. It shows the locations of the first 8 parks or the first 3 parks that we'll be constructing. So one is Fox Meadows Park on the east side. We have Dry Creek Community Park, the synthetic turf fields going in, just south of Silver Creek High School. And then the Clover Meadows Neighborhood Park, previously referred to as Clover Basin. So the Fox Meadows Neighborhood Park is actually in a public engagement process right now. We have had one public meeting last week on Wednesday. We have the second one next Wednesday, and then the third one, I think it's the 2 weeks after that. All of the dates are listed on the website, on the Fox Meadows page. The community members nearest to that park have also been notified via mailers. We had a great turnout last week. We had 42 or 43 households show up for our first meeting. So we're soliciting input, what they want. We're also soliciting some votes for the name of the park. Fox Meadows has been a placeholder, but it's not necessarily the name. So that is also open on the website in order to place some votes for that piece. So as I said, we're currently doing public engagement master planning through November. Then we'll move into the design phase. That'll be November through March, May, and then anticipated construction June of '24 through January of '25. The critical path piece of that is actually a prefabricated restroom building, which I had no idea took so long to get through all the approvals. So we've got some of those long lead items that are really pushing that schedule. That design build, it is a design build contract, and it has been awarded to ECI Site Construction and Wink Associates. So then we also have the Dry Creek Community Park synthetic turf fields. This is to replace some failing turf fields that were put in 2012 due to the high salinity of the soil and the high water table. Those fields have not thrived, and so they're rarely used. So the solution is to install new synthetic turf fields as well as some field lighting, which will increase their usability and reservability by our recreation team. So this design is underway, and that will be completed in March, and then anticipated construction completion in December of '24. That was ordered also to the ECI Site Construction and Wink Associates. And finally, we have Clover Meadows Neighborhood Park. It's a 6-acre park, and it'll have new restroom building, shelter, a new park, a little bike skills track, a playground. We are in the master planning and public engagement did occur in 2019, so this design is a little further along than the others. We are picking it up and moving it forward as of this last month. Design will be completed in January, and the construction is anticipated to be complete in October of '24. Then, in addition to those 8 and 5 projects, we have one other park to note, the Nino Gallo Neighborhood Park, previously referred to as Wortman. If you could go to the next slide. It's a new 9-acre parcel, and as I said, was originally called the Wortman Open Space. The master planning and public engagement for this park did occur in 2019. We've just completed the design phase for that project, and we're anticipating, we're going out to bid over the next probably couple months. I'm guessing October it'll be awarded, and then we're shooting to get that one completed also by fall of '24. So it's a busy year. We have a great team, and we're committed to getting those done. Do you all have any questions?
I do have one. If you'll go back to the slide that has, was it the Clover Basin? And you had the turf, the synthetic turf?
At Dry Creek?
Yes. And it says, was it this one?
Dry Creek, I think one more.
Yes, this one, the turfs. Because it says increased usability for multiple sports, but I don't see any pickleball courts on this one.
This is turf, yes, it's not a court. There will be new pickleball courts at Nino Gallo. There'll be 4 new pickleball courts there. And the jury is out on what happens at Fox Meadows because we're still soliciting input on that one.
Okay.
You know, one of the interesting things, I think if you look at the 8 and 5, there was pickleball at Quail campus.
Okay.
There's some interesting information actually coming out from neighborhoods throughout the nation
Yep.
about pickleball
Noisy.
courts and adjacent to homes. So I think we need to be really in tune in terms of what other communities are learning in that situation.
Counselor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Harold, I think this is probably the place for me to ask my question. You know what I'm going to ask about.
I do.
The one project, I love the idea of not starting new things until we finish things that we started once upon a time. I don't know if there's a project that has been unfinished for more than 28 years, but there is one. Any other projects longer than 28 years?
I don't
That you
know.
could think
I'll
of?
have to-
No, that would be the longest, probably the project that has gone the longest without being finished. And that would be finishing what we said to the community we would do in 1995, and that is build a clubhouse to go along with the Youth Creek Golf Course, right?
Right.
And I realize in the scheme of things, people would go, what? With all the needs we have. And yet, along with the storage facility, which is desperately needed, it's been hanging out there. In 2022, we did budget, to our credit, I think, $400,000, $425,000 for design work that was completed, which I think raised some hopes and expectations, mine in particular. And when I looked at that spike and $293 million and not $1 in there to finish what we started 28 years ago, when do we think we might finish that one?
Well, I think there's a few things that are in play in that. And one is we did bring some bond dollars over to actually handle this and some sprinkler issues.
This would be the maintenance.
The maintenance,
yeah.
the maintenance shed, and then the sprinkler systems.
Which was in the 2018,
you know,
2017 bond.
Again, I think inflation has pressed on these issues. Obviously, we had to go to get a loan from the fleet fund in order to finish the maintenance building, and I know we're still struggling. I'm gonna look to Jeff. I don't know where he is.
He's
But
hiding up there.
I think the sprinkler systems obviously have created similar challenges for us. Honestly, I think what we need to look at is we do know that a few years ago our courses, we were really struggling to play. The courses have performed at a really high level, and I think we're going to have to keep looking at how to do it. I honestly think it's probably going to have to be in the form of some type of public-private partnership. But we do know when you look at the quality of that course compared to other courses in the area, and you look at the amenities, could we get more players? You know, we've got to figure that out. But unfortunately, this year we just couldn't with the cost increases and the other projects associated with the golf course.
I'll reiterate, I think the principle or criteria maybe for decision-making is don't start new stuff till we finish what we started. It's not applying in this case to the Ute Creek Golf Course and Clubhouse. And at some point in time, I'll just be watching next year as this presentation gets made, hoping that there's a glimmer of hope then that we'll see money. I know it's going to have to be accrued, right, over several years. But I do think that to that side of town, to Ward 1, and I've never been concerned about ward politics, that kind of thing. But I do think it's a commitment we made to the community that needs to be honored. And as I shared a couple years ago and was impressed with when in 2020, when was 2020 maybe, the time capsule was opened. It had been 25, that was the 25-year time capsule. And one of the most memorable, one of the most meaningful documents included in that time capsule from 1995 was the layout for the Ute Creek Golf Course and the clubhouse that was to come. And 28 years later, we're still waiting. So this is the last you'll hear from me on this, but I couldn't let this process go and not remind us that one sits out there unfinished. Thanks.
I don't see any other people in the queue. Thank you very much.
I'm not done.
Come back.
So then we have the St. Vrain Greenway Phase 13, which I had mentioned. This is the stretch between that connects Sandstone to Union Reservoir, and it does require a new underpass of State Highway 119, which has been a bit of a slower go on that. Originally, I think the underpass was to be the one that exists. I think is it the railroad, the creek, and due to the flood, that path changed. So now there needs to be a new underpass. But that one is currently, let's see, and Phil, you can probably speak a little bit more to it. Was that when you? Trying to just see what it is. So, what phase it is, David? Got Phil? Group effort.
Yeah, so Phil Greenwald, Transportation Planning Manager with the city. Good evening. This is the project that has tip dollars to it, so it does have some federal funding that's behind it. We did start it a while ago. We did have some changes to it, so those are the things that are part of this effort for Phase 13. Anything else? Great, thanks.
And I'm back on for sewer, for our wastewater projects, which is showing a blank screen. Not a lot of news necessarily in sewer.
All those projects are finished.
It's done. Mostly you'll hear from us in 2024 when we expect to have a bond election to support the construction of digester number 4 that will help us have the operational flexibility that we need in order to take things down and clean them appropriately. So that'll be the big news in wastewater over the next year. Otherwise, we're essentially doing asset management within that utility. It's very mysterious what's happening over there.
We need to take a couple of minutes because none of the slides are showing after this one. So
I ad-libbed real well there, though. Okay, yeah. Thank you. No. Do you want me to? Yeah, I will move. I'll move afterwards. So we are back taking a look at our wastewater CIP. So now that you can see the graphs, similar to other systems, we have that spike in 2023 where we have accumulated some funding to deal with our the improvements associated with Reg 85, which is a new set of regulatory requirements. And you will also be hearing from us in 2024 regarding a potential bond election that's in keeping with the financial plan that we presented for this suite of improvements. So that's all the news that I have about wastewater. Water, on the other hand. So lots of spending happening in water. We've talked a lot about the long-term financial plan in this utility. And have accumulated a lot of funds for the expansion of treatment capacity, and as well as just managing a lot of the assets that we have throughout the system, particularly in our distribution system, as we have addressed condition concerns with some of our storage tanks. So we issued bonds in 2021 and authorized the sale of up to $80 million in bonds, and we really talked about expansion of the plant, and then certainly Price Park Tank as an initial piece of investment in the distribution infrastructure that was required. But Montgomery Tank was also a big piece of that capital program. So as we think about those couple of projects, those were really sort of the centerpieces of what we're focusing on in water infrastructure right now. And as we've discussed back in February, we've seen pretty substantial cost increases in both of those projects. Fortunately, the Price Park Tank did not have these kinds of increases, so that one has gone forward as scheduled. But we've got a small illustration of the triple constraint of project management over on the side there, where you can think about the time that's required to complete projects, perhaps the budget, or the scope, but in cases like this, we're going to have to give on some of those things. So this is showing how the estimates for the projects overall went from about for these two projects in particular went from about $70 million to almost twice that. And that's not something that we're able to easily absorb into the financial plan. So we knew that we needed to pull back and take another look at how are we going to take the resources that we have and make the improvements that are required. Each year we go through a prioritization exercise where we think about what are all the capital improvements that we have, how would we kind of stack those up in terms of what's the condition of the assets, what are the regulatory requirements around that, all of those things. And we really found that by separating out a little bit of how we were thinking about the Nelson Flanders project, that it changed the prioritization of some of that work. So we were able to separately identify some improvements to create some additional resiliency and redundancy in terms of the pipes going in and out of the facility, and do that at a fairly low cost. So that's work that's underway this year. But we believe that the expansion of the capacity at that facility is now of slightly lower priority now that we've got those redundancy improvements underway. So a recommendation that we have for the capital program as it exists is actually to pull the Montgomery tank replacement ahead of the treatment plant expansion. That would require a few things from you all. It's a little bit of a departure from what we had talked about just in terms of timing of these projects. But the Montgomery tank we can afford to do with the bond proceeds that we've already sold. We cannot afford to complete the plant expansion with the bond proceeds that we have on hand currently. So taking the Montgomery tank project ahead of the plant expansion would allow us to sort of retool and make sure that we have all the financial resources needed to make all of those improvements for the utility. So we are looking for direction to redirect the bond funding toward Montgomery Tank at this time and bring the CIP amendments to you that would make that change. But as you may have,
And that is allowed with the bond language because it covered all of this. And so what we were thinking about is when we map this out over time, when we looked at the cost increases, when we talked about the redundancy in the piping, we also know that if we can replace Montgomery Tank, then that also creates additional security and redundancy in the system. And then what we have in the remaining capacity issue, and then looking at how it cash flows out over time, that time gives us some solutions on the Nelson Flanders. So it's really a reordering of how we were originally looking at the project based on the impacts of inflation.
okay. Other questions or other information that you might need?
Do we have any questions from council? If not, I see a couple of them. Councilor, Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. With the Nelson Flanders expansion, wasn't part of that due to regulatory change? And no?
No, that was primarily to replace the lost capacity from the Wade Gaddis water treatment plant, which is no longer really operable. So it's a pretty straight across exchange of capacity.
So there's not a need for some sort of timeliness that would not allow us to push it back a little bit.
And I think we have some capacity based on the other improvements. It's a redundancy issue, and it is that replacement of Wade Gaddis. And when you look at the piping work that they're doing now, the tank in that capacity, that lets us get to the point where we can figure out the financial piece on Nelson Flanders. Bob's also talked about how we approach the wells and, do we construct all of them? Do we construct one of them? There's different options. The tank's there. So Bob, do you want to come up and talk about that?
Mayor and Council, Bob Allen, Director of Water and Waste.
Bob, would you turn on the microphone?
Right.
Thanks.
All right. Bob Allen, Director of Water and Waste. Yes, so Nelson Flanders needed initially some redundancy, resiliency work, and that's what we're going to focus on. The real limitation, there is no regulatory driver. The real limitation will be the ability to meet the city's demands in the future. We have done a lot to kind of back down that as a critical factor right now. One of them is the conservation programs you've heard from Ken and Hope about in the water resources side. The other things we've done is we've added this interconnect with Left Hand Water. We're still have to build up the capacity to be able to use that, but those projects really kind of reduce the risk and allow us to defer that expansion piece, as Becky said, a little further down the road. So we feel pretty good about the proposal, but because we had your direction to move forward with Nelson Flanders instead of the Montgomery tank, we feel that we need to come back and have you redirect us on that point.
Okay. Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Just remind us of the language. I'm certain it was written into the ballot question, but how much flexibility or variability was allowed in that ballot question?
Mayor Peck, Councilmember Waters, we have pretty broad flexibility. We did name specifically the Nelson Flanders and Price Park projects in the ballot issue, but we also talked about water utility improvements as required. And because of the changing conditions, both macroeconomically and with the Montgomery tank itself, we believe that this is now a higher priority to complete.
And I'm certain you've had advice from your bond counsel on this in terms of, so do you need direction tonight, or is this going to come back in the form of a resolution or an ordinance or language that's rolled into the CIP budget when it's approved?
With your direction, we would bring back a CIP amendment to move the funding from one project to another.
So you don't need action tonight?
Just
direction.
Direction.
And I should also mention the Montgomery Tank project is also a resiliency type of project as well. That roof is going to cave in on us, and if it does, we have some real problems. So that's a priority.
Well, and I think part of it, what we started talking about is really the Montgomery tank where it sits off of 66. And Nelson Flanders, you know, we really started talking about it's really one primary system in how they interact with each other.
Yes.
And I think that was when Becky talks about stepping back a little bit and looking at it, that was really what became pretty clear in talking to Bob and David and Joe, is that that really is almost an entire system out at that location.
Yeah, they're hydraulically dependent, most certainly.
So I'm going to move that we direct staff to refocus the bond dollars from Nelson Flanders to the Montgomery tank. That's been seconded by Councilor Hidalgo Fearing. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Can we do a voice vote because we're all on the slide? And okay. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I
That
want to be very
carries.
clear, we're still working on Nelson Flanders. We
Right.
still have capacity. It's figuring out how we manage the dollars on that difference.
We will come back with rate study information in 2024.
Great, thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
So Mayor and Council, we did talk about, in tonight's presentation, obviously, we're going to talk about capital improvements associated with the transportation fund, but as we, see if I can find it, as we look at council's goals and what you set forward for us to work on, two of the primary components were actually transportation and housing. And so we're gonna dig into transportation, really look at the fund, talk to you about what's going on, talk to you about the capital projects, and then we'll move into the affordable and the attainable housing fund, because we really wanted to start with those two issues, based on our conversations.
Good evening, Mayor Peck and City Council members. Again, Jim Angstadt, Director of Engineering and Public Works. Tonight, I'm joined by Phil Greenwald to talk about some of the transportation items that will be coming forward in the 2024 proposed budget. We are also, the slide in front of you currently shows the dollars allocated into the street fund budget. I want to distinguish that 31 million in expenditures, of which 29 is revenue and 1.3 is contributions from the fund balance. That includes our operating budgets as well. So it's not all capital. And so that operating would cover all of our other expenses. It covers our field work, covers snow plowing, pothole repair. So it's a lot of those items. In the budget, we have 42.913 FTEs. That does include 4.94 in new FTEs. Switching over real quick to the street fund, our Vision Zero investments. We are looking for 4 new positions. That was included in that previous slide of 4 new positions would be dedicated to Vision Zero. That includes an alternative transportation planner, a senior GIS mapping technician, a neighborhood resource specialist, and a transportation engineering assistant. We have programmed in $150,000 in the operating budget for consulting work, anticipating we may need the assistance as we're working on the action plan in 2024 for consulting help, so we have put dollars in for that. And then we've also programmed in $400,000 in capital work in TRP 11 in the transportation system management, and I'll touch on that on another slide. And I thought it was important to note, we're not waiting to move forward with the action plan until 2024. We are currently working on changing out of an existing empty FTE we have. We haven't been able to fill it and no longer have a need for that role to another transportation planner with a focus on Vision Zero to get us started in this year.
There you go. Good evening, Phil Greenwald again. Just wanted to go over the 2024 proposed street fund transit program investments. This is more of the operating funds that Jim was talking about earlier. So we just wanted to make sure that you knew and the public knew that we are spending dollars from this transportation fund on transit in the operating budget. So we have the Flex Bus shown up there. We have the Access-A-Ride, which is part of the Ride Free Longmont piece. So we pay, when we pay for Ride Free Longmont to make sure that our bus system is free to the user, a portion of those dollars are also spent on the Access-A-Ride to make that free to the user based on ADA requirements. We also fund VIA, transportation or mobility services. So they are part of the funding piece that provides paratransit services to our older residents and to people with disabilities in our city. Lastly, and we've already talked about Ride Free Longmont, but lastly, we wanted to chat a little bit about the microtransit system that we've talked about previously to this council. And just give you a heads up that today we just found out that we were awarded from RTD $450,000. You asked for $600,000, we asked for $600,000. They came back with $450,000. So you'll hear about that in tomorrow's news, hopefully straight from RTD, because they're meeting at the same time you do.
Thank you, Phil, for all the work you've done on that.
That was group effort, so thank you.
So the two of you are a group?
Two of us are.
And Phil, it's 3 years, correct?
Yeah, that's gonna be 3 years of funding, but it's $450 for the first year, $350 for the second and third year, so.
Great.
We're also gonna be pushing RTD to give us some of the cost savings that we think we'll get, so there's a couple pieces there. But, so we do have that programmed into the budget, so just wanna let you know that as well.
You know, we did talk about, as we look at the microtransit program and what that entails, you know, we also will then have to also relook at Ride Free.
Yes.
Because of the different components and what that really means. So, good news, we got the money, now we have to get to work and put something together.
So are you going to put out an RFP for a service provider? How's that going to work?
That's correct, we have to find a vendor now.
A vendor?
Yes, to provide that service. And there are many people interested.
And that's actually a really good question. So part of it is because we're getting funding from RTD, they do receive federal funds. And so the procurement process in this has to be geared to deal with those types of issues, correct, Phil?
We think so, but this is also part of their budget for local funds. So I think we can bypass some of that federal requirements with the federal or the local.
I just knew that was something on their mind, so we have to work through some of those issues.
Thank you.
So jumping into the some of the CIP work we're going to be undertaking, almost $20 million in proposed expenditures. The existing spike you're seeing in the 2019 to 2028 CIP trend of $60 million in the current budget is made up of about 15 projects that are currently underway. That includes the Boston Avenue Bridge with $13.1 million, Kaufman Street, which we're working towards getting through and into construction next year. That's $14.2 million. The city's pavement management program has $8.5 invested in it. Boston Avenue Connection is $3.4 million. Transportation system management, $5.9 million. The First and Main Transit Station is $7.8 million in dollars. And then we also have the railroad quiet zones that currently has $4.6 million in it as we're working towards that project. That is a multi-year effort. I'm going to switch over to our notable projects and just talk about quiet zones real quick. Currently, we have been working.
Jim, I think, is there a question?
Yes, Councilor Martin has a question.
Yeah, before we get too far away from the microtransit, it was my understanding that the 600,000 was the total available for Boulder County. So was not the winning of 450 of it quite an achievement? I think we should probably call that out.
I think that's fair. Councilmember Martin, it's the idea that of the $2 million totally allocated to the whole regional transportation district,
Yeah.
you could ask for, a project could ask for no more than $600,000. It wasn't based on necessarily where it was allocated.
Okay.
Or which section it was in. So we did go for the maximum amount, but we did have to end up sharing some dollars with City of Boulder because they went for some dollars as well. So, but the 450 is an amazing amount of dollars when you look at what the other, how the other jurisdictions fared in that whole process, yes.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted, I thought so, but wanted to make sure that everybody knew.
One of the things before Jim goes on, attention to Kaufman Street improvements, $4 million. That was another project that we presented to you all earlier in the year that had cost overruns at the same time. Obviously, we were able to figure out in the process how we can fund that project based on our estimates. And so if council approves this budget, I think, Jim, what we're talking about is issuing the bid late this year so we can award next year. Is that correct?
Don't steal my thunder, that's the next slide.
Oh.
Thank you, Harold. Jumping back to quiet zones, we are currently finalizing the design for 4 improvements to 4 intersections. We are working with BNSF. We are still waiting for 2 revocable license agreements for 9th Avenue and Longs Peak that they have yet to sign. We've also hit a couple of snags in some design, which we are working through, but we are still anticipating going out to bid for 4 of the improvements this year to get under construction. We are also looking towards next year's work, which is that $1.695 million. We are working on the designs for the next set for next year as well to get those done in a timely manner and working through those agreements with BNSF. Just a reminder that the Quiet Zone project does have a federal grant component to it. Originally, it was an $8 million project, and we did get a $4 million grant from the FRA, Federal Railroad Administration. We did try to pursue additional dollars earlier this year, but we're unsuccessful. And if additional dollars do come up via grant, we will chase them in the future. So with that, I'll jump over to some of the kind of the critical transportation projects that we were asked to focus on for this presentation. Starting with the First and Main Transit Station, that is located at the southwest corner of First and Main Street. That is an RTD transit hub for our future bus rapid transit station. And the future train station would be at that location. We're working on an extension of Kaufman Street from First Avenue to Boston with pedestrian and bike facilities. The existing 2023 budget, as I noted earlier, is about $7.88 million. Construction of the facility will be funded in part through funding from RTD, which is about $16.45 million. The gentleman next to me, who already took applause for a grant, was able to procure a $1 million grant for the multimodal corridor extension to add to the revenues coming in on that. So we're currently at property acquisition is nearing completion for the project, and we're getting started on design for the multimodal corridor extension, looking for construction in late 2024. The Kaufman Street Busway project from 2nd Avenue to 9th is a multimodal improvements with a strong focus on transit, bike, and pedestrian facilities while still keeping 2 lanes of traffic for motor vehicles. It's also got asset management components in it. We're making improvements to the drainage in the area, as well as this was, when I say asset management, the paving surface was scheduled for resurfacing in the next couple of years. So we were able to adjust some of our asset management dollars to help fund the overruns on that by shifting some of those dollars. So it is an asset management project as well. That existing budget has about $14.2 million, with $4.9 million programmed for the 2024 budget. That does have $6 million in grant support as well. Again, that's Phil's work. Status, design is over 90% complete. Property acquisition, we're required to get some easements. That is underway. We are going to be bidding it this fall with construction scheduled for early 2024. Boston Avenue connection, that is at the intersection of Boston Avenue and Price Road. That is a new east-west connection with crossing of the BNSF tracks. That would improve connectivity for all users and supports the BRT via a connection to the future First and Main Transit Station. The existing 2023 budget has $3.4 million, and we are looking to program an additional $1.25 million for 2024. That status is at 30% design currently. We have filed with the PUC for the approval for the crossing. We are awaiting that determination. That has to go before an administrative law judge, and that is currently being scheduled now. We hope to hear in the next few months so that construction can be finish up design next year with construction in 2025. One of the most complicated projects, because it is kind of has a lot of components, is the Main Street Corridor. That is improvements we're drawing from the Main Street Corridor plan that was approved a few years ago, stretching as a 5-mile stretch along Main Street from Plateau Road in the south to the north to State Highway 66. And then is identifying transportation needs for safety, mobility, connectivity, and access. The existing 2023 budget has $455,000. And we are programming $1.25 million for 2024, of which $900,000 is grant support. Is that you again? I got it. That status is, most of those dollars are going towards a underpass at 21st Avenue to start design this year, and then construction slated in out years. So other efforts on the Main Street Corridor include some traffic signal improvements that were noted in the plan. And the city, our traffic group's been taking those on with through our operating budget. And those are some minor signal improvements, including backplates at signals and some signal phasing adjustments as well. We're also looking at signing improvements along the corridor, with the addition of some yield to pedestrian signs in areas we've seen some incidents. And we're also working currently, and I had forwarded an email, I believe, to you last week, on the installation of RRFBs, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, at the mid-block crossings on the 300, 400, and 500 blocks. So those are underway. We worked with LDDA and CDOT on some of the funding, and that is now under construction. Other work we've been doing on the corridor is we're replacing the adaptive signal system for all of the signals along the corridor with a newer system, and that will permit the city more flexibility in adjusting signal timings for pedestrians and vehicular traffic. We currently have it funded to finish up the downtown area by the end of the year. It includes new cameras on all of the signals that will be able to collect more data, and then we'll be able to adjust a lot of the pedestrian crossing timings remotely versus having currently, with the current system, we have to adjust every signal in every crossing. And that costs us additional dollars from the vendor. So we look to replace the whole system. And that system has been failing on us. A lot of the processors for it have been failing. We've been replacing them. So we're upgrading that system. One of the items I also want to bring to your attention is that 2 of the signals on Main Street will be replaced this year by CDOT at 11th Avenue and 19th Avenue. And they have agreed to include the new equipment for the new adaptive system on that. And that should be beginning later this year and into 2024. You want to wrap it all up?
And hopefully everyone is seeing that all these projects that we're talking about for the CIP, as well as the operational budget, are all kind of working together. They all have some very similar pieces to them that all revolve around your mission statement that you started at the retreat, and I believe you wrapped it up and finalized it last week, was to provide more and various options for safe, comfortable, and efficient direct trips in town. So these all work toward that idea of lowering emissions that we've been talking about for a number of years now, and also getting people onto different modes competitive modes of travel. So you'll see a lot of bicycle improvements, transit improvements, and safety improvements with all these things. And so hopefully that's coming clearer as it's becoming more of a system-wide piece that we're trying to work toward your vision.
The only thing I have to add is on the First and Main Transit Station, we didn't specifically call it out, but in the Public Improvement Fund, we did add $505,000. That was what was needed in order to continue on the property acquisition for that project.
Great. So when we're doing the Main Street corridor plan as well, specifically downtown, and looking at the microtransit, are we designing drop-off and pickup places for rideshare?
Well, Mayor, we'll be working with that as far as our transportation mobility plan. We're just now reviewing vendors or consultants for that project. So as we talk about the use of curb, that'll become one of the issues in that effort.
Okay, great, thanks. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilor Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Peck. Jim, real quickly, on the Quiet Zone project, the 1.6 million, is that new money or is that 1.6 to be spent in 2024 of the 4 million that we've accrued?
No, that would be new dollars.
It's new dollars in
Yes.
addition to the 4. So that
Yes.
4 goes to 5.6 to match the $4 million grant from the FRA.
Yes, and we'll continue on that. There's dollars in out years for future improvements as well.
And so the related question, you mentioned, and I'm certain I just missed it, what the schedule is for the design and construction. You talked about 9th and, not 17th, 9th, and there were 2 intersections.
So currently, we're looking at 4 intersections this year: 3rd Avenue, Longs Peak, 9th Avenue, and 17th.
To be under construction.
Under
before
construction.
before the end of this year.
That is what we are working to.
Thanks.
Forwards.
Okay, thank you very much. This is exciting.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Oh, I'll take that back then.
So I also wanted to touch on the transportation system management. This is kind of our kind of, you can call it a CIP project or a program. We embed a number of efforts within this CIP that cover safety, multimodal, minor capacity improvements. NTM is our neighborhood traffic mitigation. We also include, this is where we fund most of our traffic signals out of, and then ADA improvements as well. Currently, have been working towards a project on Sunset Street and State Highway 119, intersection improvements, and a continuation of the Sunset Street road diet. That is currently in design, slated for construction. And I'm going to also throw out that Phil got another $1.5 million in grant for Safer Main Street grant. Granted, that was a few years ago, but he still gets credit for it. We also, so that work is scheduled to go to construction next year, which will improve widening out north-south Sunset to correct some of the current alignment issues we have with and provide for protected left turn lanes, adding bike lanes on the roadway as well. We're also working on County Line Road, 17th Avenue to 66 bike lanes. That is in design. We've got some grant dollars affiliated with that as well for both design and construction, but construction isn't slated until 2025. One of the other projects we wanted to make you aware of is we've been partnering with the county on the County Line Road project from Slayton Drive down to the St. Vrain Creek, where the county is widening out the roadway, put in bike lanes. The city has partnered with them and is funding a portion of that work as well. Currently, it sits at about $950,000, and the city's committed to about 475,000 not to exceed. So if prices go up, we're only locked in for 475,000 on that. That project they've been delayed in getting it to bid because of some staffing issues at the county. So they're looking probably for later this year and early next year we'll see some work there. Vision Zero fits into this because we kind of view it as traffic safety, which is why we programmed it into the Transportation System Management CIP. In previous budgets and in the current budget this year, we have programmed in dollars for safety. We did some improvements around Central Elementary recently that involved striping and signing. That's where we fund those. So it wasn't a stretch to shift those dollars in future years into Vision Zero. So it didn't hurt us that much to budget it. And that Vision Zero would take the place of some of those safety improvements in the future. And then the last item I have is we have been working on a signal improvement project at 66th and Alpine. That design is nearing completion, but it's still, we did a warrant analysis with it through our consultant. It still doesn't meet warrants. If and when it does meet warrants and CDOT signs off on it, we would go to construction with that, and we're holding dollars in this budget for that.
Okay.
And that was it, so. Any
Well,
questions?
No, but I do want to say as a two-man group, you get a lot of grants. Thank you.
I think that the grant, I have to credit Phil. He does most of that grant work and finds those projects. So when he says it's a team effort, it's really not. It is mostly on his shoulders.
Can't get past it, Phil. Thank you very much.
All right, and the last presentation tonight is on affordable and attainable housing. Molly's going to jump in and take it, and there'll be some tag teaming on this one. The question we're getting at in this, at the end, I will talk a little bit about council direction and how we move forward. But Molly?
Thank you, Harold. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. We're going to be presenting briefly on the Affordable Housing Fund and the Attainable Housing Fund tonight. So here on the screen here is a summary of our revenue sources that go into the Affordable Housing Fund, and that is projected to fund 3.34 FTE, which is consistent with last year. Are you doing it or should I? Got it. In the Attainable Housing Fund, the total projected to go in or proposed to go in is $1 million in general fund transfers. That includes $250,000 ongoing that was committed last year, plus $350,000 of an additional ongoing proposal, and then $400,000 in one-time funds for this year. That includes 1.6 FTE. There's some internal workings of which of our existing staff gets funded with affordable versus attainable funds, but this does include one new FTE to add a homeownership specialist to help us with growing existing programs like our down payment assistance program, and then helping with for sale affordable and attainable development projects. So the main request associated with adding staff and capacity is really around a change to a financial policy to change the administrative cap. A 10% administrative cap was originally put on the Affordable Housing Fund and has been in place for multiple years. That is kind of following in line with the federal programs that we work with. The CDBG program does allow 20% of the funding to be used for administration. However, that funding has been going down year over year for the past several years. And as I reported in our action plan for this year back in June, we have the lowest funding award from the federal government that we've received since 1993. So that is no longer fully funding a single staff member that we have, and we actually have more than one staff member working on that program. So in other ways, times have really changed. We have a different type of revenue coming in now that we have our fee and lieu revenues from the inclusionary housing program. We have seen since COVID specifically a just sharp increase in the number of funding sources that are out there, and that all takes capacity to go out and get them, bring them in, and then successfully, hopefully, and then administer them. And many of those sources don't come with administrative allowances. They're just grant funding for projects. And so it's up to municipalities to figure out their own capacity to manage those and go after them. And then, of course, we have organizational realignment that we've done now that we have our external services department, the Housing and Community Investment Division, and what was Community Services Administration are no longer kind of tied at the hip and co-locating, and we need to split out some of our costs to make it all make sense. So all in all, we need more administrative capacity to manage what we currently have, plus what we would like to do in the future. And so the proposal is to allow up to 20% of the revenue sources to go towards administrative costs.
Yeah, I think to jump into what Molly's saying on this, when we talked about it, it's hard for us to understand why the 10% cap was placed there, other than we think we were trying to maximize the dollars to actually go into projects. And I think the history of this probably goes back to the original inclusionary housing program where it was primarily dependent on fee in lieu. Since that time frame, fee in lieu went away. We then created the $1 million fund on the affordable housing side. Fee in lieu is now in place. We now have the attainable housing fund. But probably the biggest change that we've seen in terms of housing right now is just the massive amounts of dollars that are available from the state. And when you look at Prop 123, I think some people go in and say, well, it could be a limited time period where these dollars are available. Prop 123 extends out 30 years and where those funds are going to be available. And what we're finding is that when you take the work that we're doing in terms of building affordable housing, and you layer that onto how do we utilize these other funding sources to maximize the creation of both affordable now and attainable housing, because that's allowed under Prop 123. The amount of time that it takes for these projects is unbelievable. And the example that I use, we did receive, $1.8 million from one of these housing projects. And so I can tell you that the return on the investment's there. I mean, we've already generated $1.8 million. But the individual that was working on that was also managing Chrisman Construction, was also managing the Zinnia project, helping with Village Place. Molly was engaged in that. And so what we really have is 3 people that were doing all of these projects and trying to get these grants. And, I've said this to you all. Almost killed somebody in doing the work, just in terms of the amount of time and effort that everybody had to spend on that. We're in meetings with DOLA, we're having conversations, they're filling out the grant paperwork, and where we're really sitting today is that based on our current staffing levels, we can't truly take advantage of the amount of dollars that's available based on our current staffing level. And we really feel that we need to increase our staffing level and look at that 20% cap so that we can really leverage those funds for projects in terms of generating housing units. Otherwise, we're going to have to be making some fairly significant decisions in terms of what do we go for, what do we not go for, what can we handle from a capacity issue. And the reality is, if we're successful 1 out of every 4, I mean, it more than pays for itself in terms of what we're trying to bring in. But I think when you look at the work that we're providing in our conversations with the individuals at different levels of the state, I think most of the projects we'll put forward will be highly competitive. So there's 2 things associated with this. One, we've done this before in budgets, where we've identified a need and we've said, if council directs us to do this, would you also direct us to start looking at funding that's available now so we can start looking for these positions to get in the hopper and start working on some of these projects. I was at a housing summit last week, and right now the state's on a 2-month hiatus in terms of processing applications. But we know in November, they're gonna open them up again. And in talking to some of the individuals, I was talking about the for sale product that we were looking at and had a lot of positive interest in it. So we know we need to be ready in November and December to go in with these projects. So if council is agreeable to looking at shifting this 10% cap to a 20% cap, you could also direct us to go ahead and start looking at how we can fill those positions now so that we can be ready for it. We've done it a few years ago. I can't remember exactly what it was, Teresa. But we had a similar situation where the work was hitting us ahead of the budget.
So just to interrupt for a minute, I move that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. Nobody wants to. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Can we do it? Yes, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? 2 nays, 5 yeas, so that passes. So Harold, you need a direction on whether, you need a motion as to whether to direct staff to, do you want to restate that?
Well, so two things. In the budget that we prepared for you, we have to give you a balanced budget.
Right.
So we recommended in the budget that we move from a 10% cap to a 20% cap in order to hire the staff that we need to move this program forward. That's really the first question, that if you choose for us to do that, we're just going to continue moving forward with it included in the budget. You also can, if you know that's the decision you make, and I don't want to put you in a spot either, so if you're not ready to do it, you can tell me. But if you know you want to move in this direction, you all either tonight or a later date can direct staff to start looking at filling these positions so that we can hopefully bring them on in time so that we can start going for these other programs. But that's up to council.
Is there any discussion, opinions on this? Councilor Martin.
Well, I've been carping about our capacity to write and manage grants all year at least. So I support the idea of increasing our overhead cap to 20% and so move.
Second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, let's vote. The motion was to move the 10% cap to a 20% cap in order to be able to fill the staffing positions. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? That passes unanimously.
So that is the last slide that we have for budget for you tonight.
Before 11.
Before 11 o'clock, I will tell you next week is probably going to be an even more robust conversation. You will see employee compensation benefits. We're going to actually go over the general fund budget summary and then the public safety fund budget. So pretty heavy night, and that is a regular session too. So welcome to September and budget month.
Thanks for the warning.
Do you have any other questions regarding what we presented tonight or need any additional information? Because if you do, we can start working on that and provide answers based on what you've seen. If not, and you have questions later, email them to us and we will start tracking that information down.
Okay. So do you have any other comments? Do any counselors have comments? No? City attorney? Oh, there he is, Counselor Waters.
Real quickly, I don't want to keep it stuck. I voted no against that staff, but I'm going to take advantage of the moment. I appreciate the resolutions we had a chance to approve earlier tonight. I'm just curious, how will anybody outside of this room know that we passed those resolutions and what they say?
Mayor Peck, members of council, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. As customary and usual, we produce resolutions and different things that the city council does in our City Line newsletter, which is holding their deadline today. So that's one place that the resolutions will be reproduced in full. Those will be mailed to all utility billing folks. Of course, any help that you can also give in sharing your support resolutions with others is always helpful. And then we'll also post those in other kind of normal and customary ways that we put out
So will they be
information.
posted on any of our social media platforms or on our website?
Well, we try to stick to the usual and customary way of doing that, so it usually stays on City Line. Things that are in City Line then are touted in all of the other places that you're talking about.
So if I wanted to put something on a personal Facebook page, would I find a link to something, or I would just offer my own narrative? Or, I mean, because what I would like to do is, have direct people to the actual resolutions.
Yes, so we'll produce those in City Line. I'm happy to send you a link that you can put out on your social media.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
So I did augment the agenda a little bit because I forgot the final call, public invited to be heard. Is there anybody in the public that would like to come up and comment? Oh, you look very excited. That's why I thought, oh, this is scary. So seeing no one, I will close the final call, public invited to be heard. So we are at city attorney remarks. Councilor McCoy.
This is a personal moment of privilege. I just want to have a shout out to my bride of 31 years. Maureen, thanks for putting up with these late nights on city council. So.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, I thought I called.
You haven't done that yet.
We shouldn't have these late meetings. They're city manager's remarks. City attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All right, it's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed?